Hey, welcome to Hanger 51 and Shadow in the house. Mike Bird, what's up? How you doing, guys? Good to see you. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I've got 5 of those now. I can't help it. They keep wanting to give them away. So, if they're going to give them away, I'm going to buy them. These cars are so easy to buy. God, people are practically giving them away. So that's a Super B, 06, probably worth about 25,000 when it's fixed. It had a tranny issue and it needs some paint work. Oh, I remembered to turn the mic on. What? The mic wasn't working? Oh shit! Really? What? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Scared me, Shadow. And so his mechanic gave him bad advice, told him the tranny was shot, so he sold it to me for $4,000. It's easily worth 20. I already fixed the tranny. It wasn't a tranny problem. There's a tranny leak. I have not fixed the leak yet because I bought a 4-post lift to, so I can, I got to replace the tranny lines, I believe is what's wrong. So, I'm going to try and fix that. I'm going to get the lift up. I went and got the lift. I got the lift. It's on my trailer right now. I'm going to put pictures of it up here in a minute. I got to upload them to my Yahoo Mail. So hang on 1 second while I do that. Yeah, I love yellow cars. And the first one of these I saw was they call it, I think it's B5 Blue. And we watched them unload the very first one in Florida off a trailer. And I like the blue, but I love the yellow. And so I bought 2 yellow Daytonas, which look almost the same as that. I'll show you the picture of them in a minute. The one Super B, and then I bought a black, just an RT, regular RT in black. And is there another charger? Wait a minute, maybe I only have 4 chargers. Yeah, I only have 4 chargers. Then I've got a Magnum. I think the Magnum's an 06. And is there one more Dodge? No, that's it. Yeah, so five total, including the Magnum. I keep forgetting that that's on Charger. Same car. They're all underneath. They're all the same. Same frame. They're it's a unibody, but same unibody underneath. Everything's interchangeable. It's all the same car. So, well, Bill, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, since this is a B, I might try to get, it's a Super B, not a Bumblebee, but it is yellow. So I'm thinking about getting the personal plate. I think it's going to say "Be Gone," maybe. BEE gone. I think. I don't know. Thinking about it. That one came to mind today. I was kind of reminiscing and thinking, hey, because I thought about getting Bumblebee or Bumble or something, but that's a Camaro, really. So that's technically not the right deal. But I don't care. I'd get it anyway. I don't care. So, all right. So my phone's not cooperating again. This new AI that wants to outthink you. They think they know where you're going, and so they take you where you're not going because they think they know better. Irritating as hell. I'm already signed in. You should not be asking me to sign in again. Gotta wait for them to send me a code. There's the code. Let me put in the code. This is so fucking irritating. uh, okay. Oh, God. We already did this. Why are you making me do it again? All right. Am I in or not? Are you gonna give me my mail today? Sometime, maybe. I'll change the picture in a minute, guys. I know that you're still looking at my car. Hey, it's better than looking at me. Okay. I already thought of that. So the car's prettier than me. So I figured you'd rather look at the car. So, okay. Can we just get back to my mail, please? There we go. Thank you. All right. Uh, Let's see. Where'd they get all these full files? Holy shit. They're not in any kind of order either. All right, I'm going to just use a couple of these here. I think those two. And then we need one, I think, a couple more pictures. Hang on. Ugh. Okay, hang on. I'm going to attach two more pictures. Okay. I think we'll go with that one and that one. All right, select, attach, send. Okay, all right, got it. All right, back to this. What are those buses? Yes, I can change the screen. Okay, hey, you want to listen? Let's do this. How about? I can't do the one I. How about we change it to? Hang on. Let's do this. Oh, for now, let's just here. You can look at me. You guys want to look at me? Okay. You guys remember you asked for it. All right. No complaints. You wanted to see me, so there you go. All right. Okay. Let me get back to Cat here. Um, yeah, I'm pressing buttons. Watch out. I'm getting my midgets in line. No, we're not doing that. Um, you've had the spinning circle a few times? Really? God, this computer shouldn't be lagging. Philip, what's up? Good to see you, man. Anybody else new? We got 10 in here. There's only about 5 of you chatting, so we got some lurkers again. Welcome, lurkers. You're allowed. No problems here. So all right. So now that I've got the pictures on the way, I could show you what I had. I had quite the last 2 days. I left here Thursday morning at 3:40 a.m. to drive to Georgia, Pooler, Georgia. It's near Savannah. To pick up my 4-post car lift that I bought. I got that loaded on the trailer. And then from there, I drove another, I think, 9 hours, something like that, to Virginia to pick up a new gate for my truck that I destroyed. Yeah, bad day. So anyway, and I got back today about no, wait a minute. Let's see. Today's Saturday. No, I got back last night about 8:30 last night. I got home. So it was a very long. Need a lift? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I needed a lift. And you weren't available, Bill, so I bought one. So yeah, so it's a pretty nice lift. It's so I've talked about this before, but maybe you weren't here or whatever. But so I looked at a lot of different brands, and um, nice shirt. Yeah, my buddy Dave. Yep. So um, I judged which one I wanted by how much its shipping weight was, because obviously if it weighs more and it's the same size lift, same capacity lift, that it must be made out of thicker steel if it weighs 300 pounds more than the other one. So I went with the heaviest one because obviously the steel's thicker. So it's supposed to be 8,500 pounds. I don't have anything that weighs anywhere near 8,500 pounds. So it should be fine. And it should pick up anything I own. And maybe anything I buy in the future. I don't think I'll buy anything that would be heavier than 8,500 pounds. So, but anyway, so it was quite a drive. Drive all the way up there and drive all the way back was a very long drive. Yeah, they have rocks in the bottom of the box. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah. Hell, I haven't unwrapped it yet, so the whole thing just might be rocks. And maybe they're just concrete blocks in there, and I didn't get a lift at all. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Philip, but they're not that heavy. You're right, they're heavy, but they're not that heavy. Yeah, the batteries are pretty heavy, but yeah, they're not 8,500 pounds. How many miles? I'm guessing it was 1,000 miles each way. Um, to Virginia. So I went up 301 to 95, 95 all the way up to, I think I was in Virginia when I got on, I think it was 40. And then um, and then got on 29. And the place that I got the gate at was on 29. Yeah, well, I'm sure there's enough leeway on my lift at 8,500 pounds that it would pick that up, but I would never buy or work on an electric truck. So that'll never be in my garage. So I don't have to worry about that. My truck, I think, weighs 5,400 pounds. And with the rig I had, I was rolling down the road at almost 9,000 pounds with the truck and the trailer with the lift on it. Because the lift was almost 2,000 pounds. My trailer probably weighs 1,500, I'm guessing, empty. So probably 3,500 on the pulling and plus the 5,400. So I'm sure I was really close to 9,000 pounds rolling down the road. So, Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? So anyway, let's see. I don't think any of you guys, yeah, Wild Bill. What's the M&Ms? What is that? What you thought I was eating? I meant to say that a minute ago. I know where Wild Bill lives. He's way out west. Phillips in Canada. Jonah, where are you? Are you in New Zealand or are you in Australia? Where are you? I forget where you are. But you're not in West Virginia or any of those states. So I know there was none of you guys could. JCB's out west also. So yeah, none of you guys. Yeah, you were in Australia. Okay. Yeah, none of you guys were close that I could go visit. I really wanted to, but it just wasn't going to happen. I was going to go over to see Flight Club Jeff, but it was just too far out of the way. I was on the road. Round trip it was 44 hours, and I just didn't want to spend another, I don't know how long to go out of my travel direction to go see somebody else that wasn't in my path. So Middle Tennessee. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't go through Tennessee. Um, Australia Stan. So anyway, so that's what I did. So I'll show you the pictures I uploaded are the damage to the gate that I did. There's one more picture, but I won't tell you. I won't take another one. And then the picture of the new gate and the picture of the lift in its crate on my trailer. So those are the pictures I uploaded. So we'll get to those in a minute here. Let's see what else. Flying, I put all three of my airplanes together. My P-40, 1400 size. My Corsair, which is still on the stand right behind me, 1400 size, and my Decathlon from E-Flight. And I'm probably going to go fly. Well, I'm probably going to fly two of them tomorrow. The Decathlon and the P-40. I don't know if I'm going to take the everything checked out, but for some reason my throttle and rudder. Is that the rudder? I think the throttle and the rudder are mixed together. I don't know why. I don't know how that happened. I haven't taken a look. I'm sure it's a simple programming fix, but if I have time, I'll fix it and go fly it. And if I don't, I'll just take the other two. But yeah, they're all together. Radio's bound. Everything's ready to go. So we'll go fly those. All right, let me get my pictures downloaded here, and I'll put them up for you. Um, oh, wrong mail. I didn't send them here. I sent them from here. Okay, let's go to Gmail. Okay, there they are. Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together. So let's download that one. Okay. And download that one. Download complete. Okay. And then we'll go over here and download that one. And one more. So when I bought the truck, there was very little damage on the gate, but it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty damn close. I would have lived with it, no problem. I was not upset with the damage that was on it, but I screwed it up. So now I had to fix it. So that's why I needed a gate. It was all my fault. I did it, damaged it 3 times. So the first time I damaged it was on my way to Bigfoot in 22. It's either 22 or 23. When I left here, the gate went down. I didn't know the gate went down. So I turned around to go back home, and I backed up in a side street and jackknifed the trailer with the gate down. So the gate crushed into my brand new box trailer that my airplanes are in and screwed the gate all up. It bent the corner of it, and the spoiler got all screwed up on the top, and it bent the hinge, and just bad. And then and the handle, when it fell, the handle hit the handle on the gate and the Chevy bow tie. So I'm going to put that picture up now here so you can see what that looks like. Um, so another image, and go OK, and then we're going to browse for the image, and I'll go to my downloads, and try this one. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me resize it. Well, actually, yeah, let me do that. No, I'm gonna do it this way. All right. So first off, upper left corner, there's a dimple dent. I don't know if that's showing up on the. Let me look here a minute. My little arrow showing up in the picture that you see. No. Okay, well, right below where my time is, it says live 31. There's a dent, a little dent. That damage was on the truck when I bought it, so I could live with that. Wasn't that bad? And then there's another. I'll move it again and I'll show you. Um, okay, now over here in the corner, there's on the fold part down at the bottom, upper left corner there. There was more damage, a little bit. Again, no big deal. And then it has that "fuck you, Joe Biden" special edition emblem of the truck. That was already on it too. I didn't put that on there. So that's about it. I don't think there really was any other damage on the truck when I got it. Okay, on the gate, yeah, it was in good shape. I was pretty happy with it. But then when it fell, um, and this might actually, I might have to zoom in on this. Yeah, let me try to zoom in on this. See if we can get close enough to show you the real damage here. Yeah, well, depend, if you're watching this on a phone, you're not going to be able to see it probably. But okay, so if you look right below the camera, between the bow tie and on the top of the bow tie, there's scratches all over the handle, next to the light, to the right of the light, and across the white paint there, and then the scratches on the bow tie. I know they're not showing up real good, but you get the gist of it. So that was when when it fell, the handle hit there. So it did that damage at the same time, and then it also buggered the gate, the top corner of the spoiler, which I can't show you because I could go get that picture, but I think you get the gist of it. I don't think I need to show you, but I'll put it up that um, I think it was. Let me look here. It's the yeah, it was the left side. Yeah, it's not showing up. It was mostly the top of the spoiler. So so is it you can see the bottom corner of the spoilers rounded there, and on what it did was it's rubberized, so it crushed that and kind of deformed it a little bit on the top, flaked the paint off. So we're looking at the back of the gate, not the top of the gate. And the top of the gate that would be flush with the tonneau cover is where the damage was. And again, not that bad. I would have even lived with that. But the bad damage, the one that made me okay, now I got to replace it, is when I went to pick up the Dodge Charger, the black one, the last one I bought. Um, it was raining. The guy was being a pain in the ass, and I was just in a hurry to get the car loaded. So I didn't take any real precautions, and I just drove the car up on the trailer. And when I did that, the trailer came off the ball and went through the gate right there. So that was it. Okay, now I need to replace the gate. That I can't live with that. So the big hole in the gate and ruined it. So yeah, so I had to get a new gate because I'm not living with that. So that's the story there. Um, so yeah, my bad. $124,000 truck, and we all hate it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, is Juno leaving already? All right, man. We'll see you later, buddy. Um, yeah, Philip. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if you put the handle in the right spot, it's fine. And that's 99% of the time. That's where it is. It's just this one. And I don't know why the gate didn't latch. It should have been latched in the up position, and it wasn't for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, so that's what caused that scratching around the emblem and shit. But the hole I put in it Um, yeah, yeah, I'm very proud of myself for that one. Yeah, yeah, proud's the word I would use. Yeah. So anyway, so so I went online looking for gates, and every gate in Florida was over $400. None of them were perfect condition, and none of them were the right color. So I found one, I think in Georgia, that was damaged, and they wanted $500 for it, but it was the right color. So I kept looking, and I found another place in Georgia. So they said the gate was in Georgia. That's where the yard that's advertising it. So I call them, and they said, "Oh, well, that gate's is in Virginia." So I started laughing. I said, "Well, you're in Georgia. Why are you advertising the gate in Georgia if it's in Virginia?" He said, "Well, that's one of our affiliates, and we can have it, shipped down here." And I'm like, "Yeah. What are the chances of you shipping that gate from Virginia to Georgia and it getting there without damage?" "Well, we try to be really careful." Yeah, I'm not buying it. There's no way. I'll go get it. I'll go to Virginia and get it, because there ain't no way you're gonna get it from, I don't know what truck you're gonna put it on or whatever, but there's no way it's gonna get there undamaged. I'm not taking a chance. I'll go get it. So my truck is a 2013, and it's pearl white, which is why it was so important to buy one that's already painted and not paint one. So pearl white is what they call a tri-coat. I don't know if any of you guys are painters or not, but you have a base coat and a clear coat, basically. Okay. So the base coat is yellow, blue, green, whatever. Even metallics, most metallics are still just a base coat, clear coat paint job. But when they put this pearlescent in it to make it, yeah, EQ's a painter. He'd know what I'm talking about. Is he here yet? Is EQ here? Did I miss him? Um, so on a pearl coat, then you put a white coat down, first coat. The second coat is the pearl coat. Um, yeah, well, that's Ryan, and that's what Ryan does. He doesn't care whose show he's stepping on. So that's the way Ryan operates. Him and Bobby K both. That's how I ended up on Saturday night, because they took my Thursday night, and then they didn't like Thursday, and they went to somewhere else. Bobby stopped doing it after he was competing with me on Thursday. I told him Friday was wide open. Nobody was doing a show on Friday. Oh, well, I'll go on Friday. And then he did, and he kept doing his shows on Thursday, and then he quit. And then Ryan was on Thursday, uh, because that's the release day for Horizon when he had his hobby shop. And then he moved it to um, Saturday. And then he wanted to switch Saturday because he races on Saturday, and he was getting too late after his racing, his truck. So he went to Sunday. I had Sunday, and he wanted Saturday. He wanted Sunday so he could race Saturday night and be late. So I switched with him, and now here we are. We're gonna go now. He wants to go back to Saturday again. So I'm not moving again. I'm tired of the roundabout bullshit. If he wants to compete against, it's up to you who you want to watch. You guys either want to watch me or Ryan. Like I'll leave it up to you. But anyway, I'm just tired of having to compete. So anyway, so now so that's the gate destroyed. Now I'll show you the one I drove all. Oh, I was getting back to the paint. So the second layer of paint is a pearl coat, which gives it that that pearlescence, and then they put the clear over that. So that's why they call it a tri paint, because you've got three coats now. You got to do a base coat color, then the pearl coat, And you can put the pearl over anything, if it's mostly a clear with the pearl in it. So you can make yellow pearl, blue pearl. You can make anything pearl if you use that 3-stage system where you paint it in a color, put the pearl on, and then clear it. And it's the problem with the pearl is it changes how much the pearl looks like to every layer you put on. So if you put on layer after layer of pearl, it keeps changing the color, the pearlescence of it. So then it doesn't match the truck. So me trying to get a gate not damaged and then paint it and get the pearl to match the rest of the truck. Yeah, mini pearl. Yeah, thanks, Fred. Fred! Lewis! Who else just jumped in? Wasn't there somebody else just jumped in? I thought somebody else jumped in. So Lewis is here. So you started a 24-hour live stream 7 days a week. Good for you, buddy. I can't wait to catch that after my show tonight. I'll jump over there and get a look at that. I can't remember. I guess it wasn't. Everybody else was already here. So Lewis jumped in and Fred. So anyway, so that's how the pearl works. So I wanted to go get one that was painted from the factory so it would match my truck, and I found one. So like I said, with the yard in Norcross, Georgia, said they had, they were advertising it, but the actual gate was in Virginia, and they sent me pictures of it, and it was perfect, no damage at all, no little dent, no scratch. The picture looked perfect. And when I got there, it's perfect. No damage. It's a perfect gate, and it's the right color. So now I'm going to show you a picture of it on the truck so you can see it in action. Now, what's going on here? What changed? Why is this looking like this? This doesn't look right. What's going on? All right, let's go back. All right, let's add another. Add another image. Browse. I believe. Yeah. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, let's try it again. Image. So it's got to be probably this one. No. What's going on here? Did I download it twice? The wrong one? It's weird. Okay, let's try it again here. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. That's the gate I went and got. So I drove all the way to Virginia to get that gate. And it's perfect. Close enough. There's a couple of tiny little came from the factory that way. There's no damage. You know, the top of the rubber spoiler, the leading edge of it. Well, you know what? Come to think of it, if the gate was down and somebody drugged something across the back of the spoiler, it might have put these little teeny marks in it. I'm not worried about it. It looks fine. It looks perfect. There's no dents in it, no scratches. The camera works. The locking mechanism works. The handle works. It's perfect. Everything works. So I'm super happy that I got that fixed because now the truck's perfect. You know, well, it's got a couple scratches on it, but I mean, it's such great shape. I absolutely love this truck. It's just such a beautiful truck. It drives great. It runs great. It's E85. It's exactly the truck I wanted. You know, with hurricanes down here and the gas stations close or they run out of regular gas, I wanted an E85 vehicle just in case the gas stations were out of gas. You know, I know I can get E85. They probably won't run out of that. So don't push any buttons. Thanks, Wiggs. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, you'd think I'd know how to work it after. Yeah. Anyway. Um, all right, Shadow. Have a good night, man. We'll see you later. So yeah. So anyway, so I got a nice, beautiful, perfect gate, better than the one I had on it. And now I don't have to remove the "fuck Joe Biden" emblem, special edition, because it's gone. Victor, what's up? How you doing, man? So anyway, so there we go. So we got a new gate. I'm real happy about that. And then I got one more picture I can show you here if I can find it. We'll try. Let me go. Now we can stay right here. Let me add another image. And I think the one left is, no, I think it must be this one. Yep, that's it. Okay. And then I got to shrink this down a little bit. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit more. Not quite that far. Okay. And then that's my new 4-post lift, a car lift on my trailer. That's 1,890 pounds, I think it was. And it's actually in a steel. It's like a steel box that they made to put the lift inside of. All the components of the lift are inside this steel box that's welded and screwed together. So and then they shrink wrap the whole thing. So that's so I put that on my trailer to bring it home. Made it here fine. Everything's good. So yeah, super happy, guys. I'm really both the gate and the 4-post lift are just life-changing events for me. I got to tell you, yeah, I've wanted the lift for a long time, and then after I ruined the gate, and it's only been a couple of months since I destroyed the gate, so I've only lived with the bad gate for a couple months, and I straightened before I took the gate off. So I drove up there with no gate. I took the gate off and left it here. So when I got there, all I have to do is put the new gate on. Before I took it off, I straightened the hinge. Well, you can come over and use mine, Lewis. No problem. If you need to do something on the lift, just come on over. Not a problem. So there you go. There should be an American flag wrap on the tailgate. Actually, there's an American flag in the back window of the truck, I believe. Um, so you can get more cars. Oh, well, do you have enough height in your garage to put a car on a lift and then drive one under it? Is your garage tall enough for that? Right. Not what you know, but who you know. Right. Well, you know what, Lewis, you can afford this lift. It was not bad. It was 2,564 bucks. That's the best deal I could get on a lift. I searched high and low everywhere, and there's three different companies that'll sell it to you for that exact same price, coming out of the exact same warehouse in Georgia. You'll have to go get it. Well, you can pay $800 if you want it shipped to a local, probably a Home Depot, Lowe's, anybody that's got a loading dock that they can deliver it to, and then you can pick it up there. I didn't spend $800 in gas to go get it, not even close. So for me, it was, and I was going that way anyway to get my gate. So it was a no-brainer for me to go get it. Oh, there you go. Well, then this is the lift for you, man. Get one of these. You know, like I said, either go get it or you got a truck. You know, just go get it and bring it home or have it delivered. You know, like I said, they want $800 to deliver it. They'll deliver it to your house as long as you have a fork truck or some way to get it off the truck. And they don't have time to wait for you to jury rig something together. They make it very clear that you have to be able to get it off the truck without getting in the truck. And then so that the driver can just, you know, open the door, you get it off there, and then he can drive away. No, it does not need to be bolted to the floor. Mine came with caster wheels, so I can lift it up and roll it around in the shop and then set it back down. And you do not have to bolt a four-post lift to the ground. It will not make it any stronger or sturdier to bolt it down. If you want to bolt it down to make you feel better, and that's exactly what they tell you in the advertisement for all the lifts. If you want to bolt it down, you know, you feel free, you know, to tell you it's your lift, but it won't make it any stronger. It does not need to be bolted down. So, yeah, and that's why I wanted it. Well, I didn't want a two-post lift. I've seen too many cars fall off two-post lifts, and I didn't want that hassle. So, I definitely I wanted a four-post lift, and I wanted one that I could move around, because where I put it may not be its final resting spot. You know, I may want to adjust it as I reconfigure the garage here and there. So it's like I said, I did a lot of research in brands and everything. You know, lift capacity, 220, 110. I looked at all of it, and this is the one I figured was my best bang for my buck. So that's why I went with this one. So can't wait to put it together. Probably tomorrow. Well, no, I'm going flying tomorrow. Probably Monday. Yeah, I'm going flying tomorrow. So, but anyway, yeah. So between, you know, getting my man cave built and getting the lift in it, man, it's all coming together. I can't even begin to tell you. You're working on plans for your own Kenny garage, are you really, Michael? How big are you going to go? Can you get two cars in that garage as it is, Lewis, or is that a one-car garage? It looks kind of narrow. I think you can only get one in there. Unless it's long, maybe you can get one in front of the other. 24 by 30. That'll hold 2 cars. That's not much. Oh, wait a minute. 24. Let me think a minute. Yeah, I was actually, I wanted, when I first started this, I was going to go, I was going to go, I think 60 by 100. And then I decided that's way overkill. I don't need that. Then I went down to like 70. I think it was going to be 50 by 70 or 45 by 70. And then I just settled on 40 by 60. So, yeah, the 40 by 60 is good, a good size. 24. You can get 3 cars next to each other in a 24 by 30, but with plenty of room to walk around it front and back, so that's good. You don't have to open the garage to walk around it, but they're going to be pretty close together. You know, I mean, there'll be room to open the doors, but not like all the way to the catch. It'll hit the car next to it. So keep that in mind. You might want to go a couple feet wider. 30's way long. I mean, well, I guess you could do it that way. Yeah, 30, then you'd have plenty of room for 3 cars. Yeah, and yeah, if you configure it that way, I didn't think of that till just then. Yeah, 24 by 30 is a 3-car garage. That'll work. That's a very nice 3-car garage. You already have a 4-car garage. Holy shit! Wait a minute. So you have a 4-car garage at home, but your wife has all her cars in storage off the property somewhere. How many cars do you two own? You guys own more cars than I do. Yours is full of birds? What kind of birds? So your wife has 9 cars. You're going to have at least, well, I guess 4 of the cars in the 4-car garage are hers, right? You probably don't get to park your new Honda truck in the garage, do you? 9 total right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm up to 15. They're not all staying though. I 2 of them for sure to flip. For sure. Maybe the 3rd one. Only 4 run. 9 cars, but only 4 run. Oh, that's funny. Oh, airplanes, birds. Okay, now I get it. I thought he was talking about like parakeets or African grays, something like that. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah. So anyway, um, yeah, that's what So I have 170 planes in the garage, and it'll still hold 11 cars, and have living quarters. And 1,500 square feet of living quarters for 11 cars, 1,500 living space, and 170 birds. So there you go. That's a man cave. Yeah, the 1,500 square feet is a house inside my garage. You're right. It's a split level, so that I can park 3 cars under the living room. That's why it's a split level. So The hobby room that I'm sitting in right now is 550 square feet, and the upstairs above the hobby room is another 1,550 square feet. And then the split level, which is elevated high enough to put 3 cars underneath it, is 440 square feet. So it's only 16 feet wide. This is 20 by 28. That's 16 by 28. So that's my configuration. I wanted to make sure I didn't want to give up all that. I gave up 2 parking places for the hobby room on the ground floor. I could have elevated the whole thing, but I didn't want to be coming up and down steps with airplanes. So that's why there's a 6-foot French door over there, so I can open it up and carry an airplane out the double doors with no problems, no steps to go up and down. Just walk out into the big garage, out the front 12-foot door, and not damage an airplane getting it in and out of the garage. So now getting it in and out of the truck or the trailer is another story. Yeah. Yeah, we've got plenty of room to put the tent up. So, maybe one night as a joke, I'll put the tent up in the living room and then show you, a pan from the kitchen around, the pool table, and then there'll be the tent. Right, carrying planes downstairs suck. Exactly, Phil. That's exactly why I did it this way. I was willing to give up 2 parking places for the ground floor so that I did not have to go up and down steps with an airplane. So I did have a workaround for that anyway, but I still didn't want to do it. I bought 2 sets of French doors. So the second set of French doors is at split level, the living quarters, and it's in the corner right by the garage door for a reason, so that all I have to do is open my double French doors, which is a 6-foot opening, to put, and it's only 5 foot high, 5 foot 10 maybe. So it's easy to set a couch against it, pick it up, and slide it in between the doors, or a table, or whatever all the furniture I'm going to put upstairs, instead of carrying them into the hobby room and then turning and going up the stairs. I just open the French doors, set it in there, go upstairs, pull it in the rest of the way, and close the doors. So thinking ahead. So that was the plan for that. So I'm not going to have to. So I could have brought airplanes, from the split level and kept all the floor space, but I would have to set them in the doorway, open the door, set the plane in the doorway one at a time, then go downstairs, take it from the doorway off the floor, and then carry it out. And I could have done it that way, but I decided, no, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, same thing, Phil. I go down when I used to go down the front steps, in my main trailer that we're getting rid of. I used to, when I get to the bottom step, there's a post right there holding the awning above the staircase, and I run the rudder into that every time, and rip the hinges. And then I have to fix the hinges on the damn rudder almost every time. I was always carry the airplane backwards, keep the nose at my chest. And yeah, I can't tell you how many times I did that. So yeah, it gets old. So no elevator. Well, it's funny you should say that. That was the second. See, I did a lot of planning on this. So the same reason that those French doors are upstairs to load furniture in and out, it's also, if I sell this to a handicapped person, all they have to do is put a chair lift right there at those doors to get upstairs. So they can roll the ground floor is on the ground. They get in this room, no problem. Just roll right in here. And then if they want to go upstairs, all they have to do is put a wheelchair lift right there at the 2 French doors that are already in place, open the doors, roll right in upstairs. So yeah, I thought of all of that. So I'm not going to put an elevator in, but if I sell the place, and I will advertise it that it's suitable for handicap. You'll just have to supply your own wheelchair lift. Everything else is done. So yeah, yeah. I honestly think most of us do more damage to our planes, just trying to get them to the flying field and back home safely than we ever do flying them. So, and I'm a big candidate of that. I've almost never damaged an airplane flying it, but I screw a lot of them up just trying to get them there and back. So I finally figured out how my planes were falling out of the trailer. Like I'd get someplace and, two or three planes came out of the rack and are on top of each other. And I'm like, how in the world does it keep doing that? And I finally figured it out. So it doesn't do it anymore. I just had to slow down. When I got over 70 miles an hour pulling the trailer would start doing that wiggle, wiggle waggle. And it would just shake the airplanes out of the rack because the rack moves. It's not, it has some play. And once the trailer started wobbling, the basically the rack was opposite of what the trailer was doing, and it would just shake the airplane out of the rack. So I slowed down, and now it's not a problem. I haven't. It's been months now since I've had a plane come out of the rack. So thank God for that. Uh, yeah, broke before you get to the field. Yeah, now, I've had a couple of those. That's why I bring so many planes to the field, guys, because it's too far for me to drive with one or two airplanes. And get there, they're broke, or I break one flying it, and then I got nothing else to fly and have to go back home. No, I bring 15, 16 airplanes to the field. So, and depending on the weather, I've got something I can fly no matter what. I don't care if it's a hurricane, winds, I can fly. I've got planes I could fly in hurricane. I've got jets. I've got everything I could ever want to fly. Yeah, yeah. I haven't done that one yet. I haven't closed the trunk lid or the boot on a wing yet, but yeah, I can appreciate that totally. Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, so that was my thought process when I was putting this all together. I'm going to I'm going to elevate all the wall plugs are going to be elevated probably a foot from a normal height for a guy that's in a wheelchair to make it easier for him to plug something into the wall. And I'm going to lower the light switches about a foot. So the light switches will be lower and the wall outlets will be higher than standard. Just again, to make it more wheelchair accessible, because I want to make sure I really, when it's time to sell this place one day, I'm hoping for not for a while, but that I'll have a bigger audience looking at the place than just regular people. Um, so that's my whole plan there. Yeah, that happened to me too, Wiggs. I had to slam the brakes on. My generator was in the back of the trailer, and it was strapped down, but not good enough for a slam on the brakes. So the generator came loose and landed on two airplanes. Oddly, it didn't break either airplane, but it left a mark, a compression in the wings. So, and they're still there. Yeah, I didn't try to steam them out. It's kind of a rite of passage kind of thing. I don't know. Just I left them in there. So there's that my twin. I think it's the King twin from Hobby King has the one wing has marks from the generator falling on it, and I don't remember the other plane. I think it was my jet. I think it was the Avanti. Um, and that one already had a tire mark in it. So the Avanti had a tire mark in one wing from driving over it with my car. Yeah, I drove over an airplane. and then the other one was from the generator falling on it. So yeah, yeah, it's a way bigger hassle to get the planes to the field than it is to fly them. So yeah, well, Wiggs, you can't, when somebody does stupid shit like that, just assholes that, have no recollection that there's other people in the world, not just them. You're going to have that. That's happened to me a couple times too. As a matter of fact, I think that's exactly what happened to me when the generator, some jackass pulled out in front of me, and I had to slam on the brakes, and that's how the generator fell on the plane. So yeah, been there, done that. That's exactly how that happened. You can get 3 to 5 airplanes in the back of the Mustang with the wings on in your Mustang, really? Wow, that's pretty impressive, Phil. What size airplanes are we talking about? 1,200 Horizon Hobby stuff? Is that what we're talking about? Are what's the biggest airplane you put back there? So there's a company called AAA Trailers, um, and I looked at their trailers before I bought the one I did buy. Um, Went by their factory yesterday, coming home. It's in Georgia, and oh my God, there had to be 300 trailers out in this field, every color you can imagine: pink, yellow, orange, green, purple, blue, red, white. Surprisingly, there was pretty much a very even number of colored trailers. It wasn't like a whole field of white trailers like you would think. There was probably more colored trailers than white ones. Um, Beautiful. Oh my God, the colors are amazing. Okay, Phil, well, that's pretty good. And I wouldn't have thought, 1.5. I'm sure you're putting it in there diagonally, right? To get the 1.5 in there with the wing on. But that's okay. That's what I do. But I can get a 2300 size airplane, more than one, in the trailer with the wing on. So my Twin Otter, um, my P40, my LX P40, that's a 2 meter ship. I've got a 2 meter under the bed. So the Otter sits on the bed. The P40 is hanging above the bed, and then I have 2 airplanes under the bed. The reason I can do that is one's a jet with the gear up, so it's laying on the floor, and then the second one under there is on its gear, so it's actually sitting over top of. They overlap each other, so that's how I get the 2 under the bed. So that's 4 airplanes, and then the rack holds 6. So that's 10, and then I have a bunch of like my RV8. I take the wing off of that one because it's got the quick release wings, and stand the plane on its nose and strap it to the wall. So I have 3 spots for the strapping planes to the wall like that, and then put the wings. I put the wings on the bed under the Otter, and then usually I have a couple UMX, a glider or something. Um, So yeah, I get I have plenty of planes, and then I usually put a couple in the truck too. Although I might stop doing that. At the very least, I got to stop leaving it in there, because what's happening lately is the paint is sticking to the leather seat, so it pulls the paint off the wing, and then now I got paint on the seat. Now I got to get the paint off the seat, and I'm not sure how to do that yet without ruining the seat. So I have a little red spot on one of my seats in the back, so I got to get that cleaned off. Um, See, listen, I'm a big SR-71 fan. I love that airplane, the real one and everything. But in a model, I don't get it. I mean, that plane's designed to fly fast in a straight line. Okay, so if you're going by yourself flying an RC airplane fast in a straight line, you've got 8 seconds tops before you have to turn, and it's not going to be aerobatic. It's. I mean, I bought one. I bought the E-Flite one to set on the table behind me when I'm finally finished down here. I'm never going to fly it. I bought it for a display piece, but I'll never fly it. It's just I can't imagine it being fun to fly. I mean, it's what are you going to do with it? It's just so. So yeah, I never understood that when they came out with that, why. I mean, when you slow it. I mean, when Ryan was flying his, it was wing wobbling like crazy when you slow it down. So you got to be hauling ass for it to get smooth, and then you still have to land it. It doesn't have retract, so you're either flying with the wheels on it all the time, or you take the wheels off and have to belly land it. And I'm just like, nah. I'm just going to put my wheels on it and set it on the coffee table behind me, and that'll be it. It's going to be I'm going to call it not wall art, but floor or table art. It'll be on a coffee table behind me. I'm probably going to push this desk. See, right now I'm sitting right in the middle of the room, so the room's 20 feet. So I got 10 feet in front of me and 10 feet behind me. When this is ready I'm going to push this all forward. So I'm only a couple feet off that wall. That'll leave all the floor space. You'll be able to see a coffee table behind me. So you'll be able to see the plane sitting on the coffee table, and that'll look really cool. That's why I bought it, and I didn't pay full price for it either. I bought it on eBay with that RC for You 77 guy, and got it really cheap because I think it was a return. It had never been out of the box, so it's in perfect condition. I didn't pay full price for it. I'm never going to fly it. I've never taken it out of the box. I opened the box to look at to make sure it wasn't damaged, but it's still in the bedroom in the box. I haven't taken it out of the box. Nope, this is not green screen anymore. This is live. Anything on the shelf behind me, I can go get and bring it to the camera. No more green screen. I tried to make it look like my green screen. That was, I purposely did that. So it's the same white bookcases. They're not exactly the same, but they're pretty close. And I still have the same, my butterscotch wall paint there and there there was wood slats on the wall in my green screen. So I went with this color to kind of simulate the wood slat look. And I can put virtual paintings on the wall, but I was going to put some real ones. Actually, I can tell you what's going on the wall. Let's see. Yeah, the wall over here. I'm going to hang my Iron Man or my Captain America shield when I get it finished. I haven't had time to work on it, but when I get this finished, that'll be hanging on the wall there. And then the batlith. You can see the batlith back there now, but I'll have that on. I'll put a shelf with a sword stand Yeah, you can see the batleth. One of them. I've got I think 4 of them now. Different sizes, but there's 2 sitting there right now. You can't tell that, but there's 2 sitting there. And then wait, there's the other one right there. It's standing up in front of the. Um, it's on the floor. Now, I guess it would be better to go this way to show it. So yeah, I got the candy color. I don't know the America Pride candy color one there, and that's straight off the printer. That was the filament I used, and then the one in front of it is the gold one, the smaller um, Kalis. They call that one the Kalis sword, and then this is the painted one, but it's not finished. So when I get Captain America's shield finished and this one finished, I'll have them hanging on the wall behind me there. But yeah, this isn't a green screen anymore. So, but thanks for thinking that, because that just shows you how good my green screen was. You know, it looked real. Everybody thought it was real. So, but anyway, yeah. So there's all kinds of a lot of the stuff on the shelf back here is printed. Not all of it. Like the Iron Man helmet on the second shelf down, or the second shelf up, I should say, is 3D printed, but the other Iron Man helmet above it is a bought one that's motorized. It does all the cool things that the real one does. You know, it opens, Jarvis talks to you, the whole 9 yards. And then on the top shelf, I printed the TARDIS. There's a couple of yellow vases. There's a rocket engine in the back that proves a rocket engine. There's a Millennium Falcon in front of it. That's all 3D printed, all of that. And then there's a car and a plane. Those aren't 3D printed. And then the next shelf down, there's one of my Articulating Dragons on there, and a Chrysler building in the back. Then the next shelf down has a vase and the helmet. The next one down where the tank is, behind the tank is one of those collapsible swords, and a Lost in Space robot, but that's a saw-bought one. I have a 3D printed one on the other shelf over there. You can barely see it over there, but it's right in front of the F-14. So I 3D printed a Lost in Space robot also. That came out really cool. And then on the next shelf over the top, we've got 2 vases up there. The next shelf down has got a vase, a red stiletto high heel shoe, an Oscar. What's that other thing? I think that's, what is that? Is that a letter? Oh, I think it's another H. Oh yeah, H1. And a Star Trek Enterprise D model is on that shelf. Below that, another TARDIS and an R2-D2 in the background, a really big R2-D2, and another Articulating Dragon. Actually, there's 2 Articulating Dragons on that shelf. And then the next shelf down from that, in front of the Jeep, but you can't see because my airplane's blocking it. I don't think you can. Yeah, the Corsair's blocking it, so you can't see that. But there's that big, tall dragon. I printed 2 of them. One was a purple color. That one's there. The other one's a green. And I think, it's on the shelf over there, but you probably can't see it. Yeah, it's out of view. But that one's small enough to fit on the shelf. This one's not. It's taller, so I had to put it on the bottom shelf because it's a little bigger and it's set back. So there was room for it there. So yeah, a lot of that stuff is 3D printed on the shelves. But there's a lot of toys too. I mean, I got all kinds of knick-knack toys. I'm a toy guy. I love toys. I got a D. That trophy up there. Behind the trophy is a Spectrum. What is that? A DX6i? Is that what they call it? Yeah, I think it was a DX6i. Is that what they called that radio that everybody had back in the day? I got one of those. Yeah, it's on the shelf. So, yeah. So anyway, let me. Where are the rest of those pictures at? Huh. Let's do this. I want to see if I can put another picture up, just for shits and giggles. Oh, that's got a picture. You know, I canceled all those pictures and it didn't cancel them. I don't know why. It still put a picture on there. I don't know why. It's weird. All right. We'll get rid of that one. Okay, that's got a picture. We're good. Yeah, leave that one. Yeah, we can delete that one. All right, let's see. I want to see if I can get a picture. I don't think it's on here though. Let's. Well, this would probably be cute to look at. I'll put this one up. All right. So what we're looking at here. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta edit it. Hold on a second. Oh, hang on. Not there yet. Okay. So this picture is my Daytona in the garage. Okay. So to the left of it, you can see a white French door. That's the one that's going upstairs. It's not the one that's already mounted, but it's down that way. It's farther down to the left is where that door is. But that's the height. Now, see, there's no floor in there yet. You can see you know, that's the main joist hanger. If you look against the back wall, you can see all the hangers are there. I just haven't put the joists in yet in this picture. They're in now, and the floor is in, so it's all finished up there. I mean, other than I got to build the outside walls and then put the finished floor in. I already bought the floor, the wood flooring, the deck flooring that I'm gonna put down over the plywood. But But yeah, see, that's why it was elevated, so I could put 3 cars there. So the spot to the left of the car that you're looking at, it's right, our left. Is one more. There'll be 1 car in there, and then on the driver's side of the car, there's room for another car next to it there. So, so that's why that I elevated that above, um, so I could get 3 cars underneath there. So that's what that's the man cave, 1,500 square feet roughly. Um, Thanks, Philip. Yeah, everybody, all my friends that have seen it, either in person or pictures, are getting really excited. They, and so am I. I'm building it. It's my dream, and I'm building it. And yeah, I'm very excited. It's coming together really good. Very happy. I really haven't had any snags. Some little minor adjustments, but nothing to stop my plan. The plan's coming out exactly the way I wanted it, and I'm just tickled that it's coming together. Um, can't wait to get it done. I was going to wait till later to do the electrical, but now that I got the lift, um, I'm probably going to have to go ahead and wire the garage. At least get the main panel in and get a couple outlets set up so that I can plug in the lift. I don't think it's going to work on a 20 amp extension cord that's 100 feet long. Maybe, but I think I'm going to have to run my electricity in here now. Right now, there's two different 100-foot extension cords coming from the house from 2 different breakers. So they're on separate breakers. So that lets me run my air conditioner out here, all the lights that I have out here, which right now I have, they're almost all LED. Actually, they are all LED. All the lights out here are LED. So I've got, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4 out in the garage area where the car is. There's 4 4-foot long shop lights, LED. I have 3 same lights, 4-foot long shop lights in here, but only one of them's on right now. So they have 3 total, but I only have 1 on. And then I've got a stand in front of behind the laptop, behind the camera, with 3 screw-in light bulbs that are the soft white, not white, but the soft white that have that little bit of yellow to them. And they're on. There's 3 and they're LEDs also. So I'm running a total of what is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 lights on right now, but they're all LEDs. So they don't draw a lot. I got a fan running. All 3 printers are on right now. They're not printing anything, so the heaters aren't running, but they're powered on. The lights are on in all 3 printers. And that's all that's electrically running, other than my power tools, drill and shit. The chargers are on the toolbox, and they're plugged in, charging batteries or not, just sitting there. But so I don't have a lot of power draw right now. Everything I'm running is all very low power, so not a problem to run them on the extension cords. But I think the lift's going to be a problem. So I think I'm going to have to at least put the main panel in, run the 100 amp service over to the garage, put the main panel in, and then run 1 drop and put a wall socket in, so I can plug the lift into that. So that's going to be coming next, I think. We'll see. I'm going to try to put the lift up Monday. I got some more cleaning to do. I got to move some stuff around, but probably Monday, Tuesday, probably for sure by Wednesday, I'll have the lift in. and operational. So by next Saturday's show, I should be able to show you the lift. So, up and running. Take a picture. I'll put a car on it, and thank you, Phil. Yeah, I'm not the least bit worried about the lift. It's going to be fine. And I'm not going to, all I'm going to do is pop a breaker with electrical. I'm not going to burn the garage down or nothing. It'll just pop a breaker, and then I'll know, okay, can't run the lift off that. I'm going to have to wire the garage because I can't. I mean, I was coming anyway, but I just haven't gotten around to wiring the garage yet. But that's coming. So I'm going to have to I'm probably going to have to. I think the lift's going to require it. So not a big deal. It's just it was in the plans. We're just going to change the order a little bit. Go ahead and get the main panel in. Probably not going to run the wall electrical yet, all over, because at the moment I don't need to. But I got to get a few cars out of here. I've got 2 cars of friends I got to get fixed and get out of here. And then I'm going to get a couple of my cars fixed. Maybe get one to the painter. I'm actually considering wrapping it. I haven't decided for sure yet, but I might. The Superbird that I started my show with, the picture I had up. Well, I'll put it back up for a second here. I might put a wrap on this. Both Daytonas don't need paint. They're in great shape. But the Super B, the Super B needs paint. And hang on a minute, where'd that picture go? Maybe this one. No, well, hang on, I'll show you this one while I got it up now. Here. All right, so this is the upstairs. This is where that wood is stacked on the floor. Is directly. Well, actually, no, it's not. That's the 12-foot area that's not in the picture where you saw the Daytona parked underneath. That's the floor. It's in now, but that's the section past the Daytona to the left of the Daytona that is still got stuff underneath. So I haven't been able to park a car in that section yet. And that white line over onto you can see the French doors open in the room I'm sitting in. But the white thing right there at the bottom, it's about 4 inches thick. That's the other set of French doors, identical to the ones that are open down there on the left. It's just to the right of those doors there at the bottom. That's the second set of French doors that are going to go upstairs. So, and then that's all the stuff upstairs is above the hobby room where I'm sitting. It's just storage right now. All this stuff was on the floor of the garage. I had to get it out of the way so I can work on the garage. So all that stuff's going to get moved around. All the airplanes up there will probably get moved into the hobby room. I think I have room for all the planes in there. And if not, eventually I won't have any airplanes upstairs. The only thing I'm going to have upstairs here are going to be well, I don't know exactly what I'm going to have up there, but any airplanes that don't fit in the room, the hobby room I'm in, I'm probably going to hang from the ceiling out above the cars. So when you walk into my garage, there'll be cars on the floor and airplanes on the ceiling hanging, display airplanes. So any of the planes I'm not flying anymore that are built, I'm not still in the box. And most of those boxes you see that are used as pedestals and the airplanes are sitting on them, there's airplanes in those boxes. And then that stack on the floor to the left of the French doors at the bottom, there's a bunch of boxes down there, and those all have airplanes in them too. So there's probably 20, 30 airplanes in the garage that are still in the box, brand new. Um, so, um, for stuff that's been discontinued, I wish I'd have bought another King Air because Hobby King discontinued. You can still buy it though. Now General Hobbies is selling it. Same airplane, but they want too much money for it, and I'm not going to pay that kind of money for it. I didn't pay anywhere near what they want for it. But I did try. I did put in my wish list some parts to fix my other, because I have two King Airs. They're both built. One's flyable, the other one's broken, and I have to fix it. And I ordered. I put them in my wish list at Hobby Kings, so when they get back in stock, I can order the parts to finish fixing the other one. So I'll have two of those. So, but yeah. So let me get in. There's another. Let me get the other image here. Hang on a second. Let me flip back to here, and then find the. Hmm. Let me see. Well, I know it's good. Yeah. So I'll show you the rest of the upstairs from the other angle. Let me find that. Huh. What did I do? Well, why is that not showing up? Oh, I know why. Duh. I have to cycle it. No, it didn't work. What's going on here? That's weird. Yeah, why isn't that working? Well, maybe I have to. Let's do this. Oh, I know what's going on. Dumbass. Okay, I got it now. Now I know what's wrong. Okay, all right, let's do this again. Yeah, you're right. I've been doing this a long time, and I still haven't figured out how to do it. Yeah, yeah. If you lose it, if you don't, if you don't stay on it, you know, you lose it. That's what happened. So okay, so here's okay. Now we got it. Okay. We got to do okay. You got to resize it again. Way too big. Okay, are you gonna cooperate here or not? Nope, you're not. There we go. Wow, that thing's huge. Okay, let me try to resize this picture so you can see it. God, this thing is huge. No, we're still not there. Wow. I don't know why this picture's so big. Okay, here we go. All right, so now that's the floor, the rest of the floor, and the Daytona is parked underneath what you're looking at here. If you look to the far left, you can see a 4x4 standing up right at the edge of the picture. Okay, that starts the last 16 feet. From that board to the one in the very corner, all the way at the far end, is 16 feet. That's a 16-foot 2x4 running down the wall. The Daytona is parked right there at that 16-foot mark on the far side of the 16-foot mark here. So the part right here closest to the camera is the part that's got no cars under it yet, but there's room for one more car under this area. But that's the whole rest of the floor all the way to that's the door in and out. That you can see the top of the door. And then you can see the overhead door to the right. So, and then that's the flooring is in those boxes right there that I was going to put down. I actually put down 3 rows of it, then I picked it all back up because I decided I didn't want to paint and do mud work and all that over top of the floor and get it all messed up. I was going to cover it, and I changed my mind. I said, you know what? I'm going to just wait. Let's get all the drywall up and everything, and then we'll put the floor in. So I picked it all back up. But there's a piece of it right there in the middle of the floor. It's a piece of the wood. So yeah, that's the area that's above where the car is parked. Is that right, Phil? You can't get like the new Super Katana in in Canada? They don't sell the Super Takano there. Roy, what's up? Oh, you get your Dave's RC shirt on too. Yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah, there you go. Is that right? God, that sucks, Phil. How hard would it be for me to buy what you want and send it to you? What is that? I mean, does it have to go through customs? Being I'm not a company, I'm just a guy sending you something. Does that go through customs and have to be checked? Do I pay? You got to pay an import tax on that, or I mean, how does that work? Because I know you get mail and shit. So you know, if you're not buying from a company, it's just your friend sending you something in the mail. How does that work? Yeah, Phil, I can do that. You would be the first person I've done that for. I've sent EQ a bunch of planes over the years. Um, and yeah, I've done this a few times. Mike, what's up? What do you mean breaking up? Is the audio not good? Yeah, Michael, you're wearing your yoga pants. So, you know what, Mike? Take a picture of that and send it to me. I like to see you in your yoga pants. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, so we'd be able, you'd be able to send me money and I could buy a plane and have it sent there. Um, I don't know if I could have. I don't know if they would drop. Well, probably not. They just send it to me and then I send it to you. We could make that work. Um, all right, Roy. I guarantee you that the audio problem is at your end because I know for a fact that. Yeah, and even Mike just said it. My audio is 5x5. This computer is tits, man. I mean, there's no way there's an audio problem at my end. You've got something going on at your end. Normally I'd say it's me, but not now. Yeah, I put my best computer out here now. I'm suffering in the house because I want my best stuff out here. So my TV that I watch daily in the house, I'm dealing with. It's not great, but it's okay. Um, yeah, I don't know why it's breaking. Nobody else is having that problem. Oh, Phil says it's breaking up. What's breaking up? What's happening? I mean, it's like cutting out, or it's fuzzy, or let me look here. I don't know why. Well, hang on. Let me see if this makes a difference. Okay, so I switched back the photo, so maybe the audio is different. Now, does the audio sound better now? Is it still breaking up, or is the audio good now? This will help me a lot. It's clipping still? Is it still clipping and cutting, or is it good now? Nope, still breaking up. Wow. I don't know what's causing that. It sure as hell ain't showing it at my end at all. And Mike said his was 5x5, so I can't imagine what could be wrong at my end at all. Big Jim, what's up? Who's in the Zoom? We got a big Zoom tonight? Who's in the Zoom? The commercial is perfect. I wish I could take credit for that. No, no. Yeah, I know there's a Zoom going on, Jim. Who's in the Zoom? How many people are in Zoom? Is there a gain setting? No, I don't have control of the gain. Assholes. Well, why would we want to go there? You know, why would I go into the Zoom with a bunch of assholes? Yeah, I can't. There's no setting I can fix now to make the audio better. It should be perfect. It's showing perfect at my end. So I can't imagine what could be wrong with it at your end. I'm going to try one more thing. I don't think it's going to make any difference, but I'll try it. Well, that's not going to work anyway. Hey, all right, well. Okay. Now, any difference? Still clipping? Still what's going on in here? Anything? Is it good? Not good? Does it make any difference? I wouldn't think it would, but I'm trying anything. So the audio is getting worse. It was fine at the beginning, and now it's getting worse. Nope, same shit show quality. Well, I'm living up to the name. All right, let me try something else. I can't imagine this making any difference, but let's. I'm not getting any notifications that the stream's not good or any of that. Nothing. Everything's rock solid at my end. You know, all right, let me switch it back here again. Okay, all right, try another setting. Is that any better? I can't imagine that the audio would be bad. Yeah, Jim, we got it. There's a Zoom going on with a bunch of assholes. You don't have to keep giving us the link. We got it. Nobody's going. Nobody wants to go talk to a bunch of assholes. How many people are in Zoom right now? My audio sucks. Okay. Well, I'm going to come to the Zoom right now and bring my crappy audio with me. Make you listen to me over there. I can't imagine what would be wrong with the audio. It didn't change anything. I have no clue, guys. I don't know why the audio would be bad. 7 or 8. Well, which is it? 7 or 8? Victor says 7. Is Dave Marshall in there? Well, it didn't suck a minute ago. Well, or an hour ago. The microphone was great an hour ago. So I don't know. Now you're saying that my microphone sucks. Well, I didn't change mics. I can, but I don't think it's going to help. But let me try. I'll try anything once without help. Let me see if I can do something with this. Hang on a second. All right. Now you're going to have an echo. Let me get rid of the other one. Okay. Is this any better? Now, my voice, I don't think is matching my lips, but is it clearer? Does it sound any better? This is better. Really? That's crazy. All right, hang on a minute. Let me try one more thing here. Just in case it matters. Oh, that's interesting. I don't have, even though I. All right, hang on. Let's go here. And. All right. Now, how does it sound now? Any better? Any worse? Sounds great now. 5 by 5. All right. So honestly, I don't think it was me. I think whatever was going on. Yeah, whatever was going on, is my mouth matching the voice? Or are we watching a Godzilla movie?
Because at my end it looks like it doesn't match up. So, but you tell me at your end. Worse, now we can hear you. I hear that. Yeah, no doubt I hear that. All right, let me try something here. I'll try to give you something to look at here. Too. You don't have to listen. You won't have to look at me. Okay, hang on. No, but it sure is a pretty mouth. Lips don't match the sound. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing at my end. All right, let me hang on a minute. Let me try something now. Let me go back to this. All right, go back to this. Okay. So now are the lips matching the sound or not? How are we doing now? Any better? Okay, let me try one more thing here. Hang on. I'm going to switch to, and then we're going to go back to. That's weird. It should be better this way. Does it sound any different now? I know it's not going to match the lips because you can't see my lips. I'm a ventriloquist. I'm throwing my voice to the upstairs apartment. How am I doing? Clipping again. Oh, no kidding. Really? All right, hang on. Hang on. Let's check something here. Okay, how about now? Is it still clipping? Broken up again? All right, hang on. All right, so now I switched again. Now where we at? We still breaking up? Listen. You're gonna love this. Sound is good now. Okay. All right. So I don't know. I've got a suggestion. It's not a. Wait till you hear this. You're not gonna believe this, because this is the shit show. Suggestion. It says The stream's current bit rate of 2607.26 kilobytes per second is higher than the recommended bit rate. All right, so I'm streaming better than they recommend. How about that? Does that ever happen? No, that's never happened. That's why I said that this computer is getting it done, because I've never had that message before. I'm streaming faster than they recommend. Oh my God! I don't know if I can change anything. It just says suggestion, excellent. So they recommend I use a bit rate, a streaming bit rate at 1000 kph. So I'm at 2784, more than double, almost triple the bit rate that they want. Yeah, maybe they're just looking out for me. They want to, since it's the shit show, they don't want me to sound too good. It takes away from the. I don't know, guys. I'm at a loss. Oh, you want to hear about the trip? Okay, all right. So we'll go back to the. You'll enjoy this, Roy. I know you can appreciate this. Okay, so let me find my picture. All right, so that's picture number 8. That's 2. That's 6. Oops, hang on. Huh, well, that's weird. I'll do it this way. That's my new 4-post lift that I went and picked up in Georgia. I'll explain it to you, but that weighs almost 2,000 pounds. 1,890 some pounds. It's a four post car lift, 8,500 capacity. So that's in its little steel crate. Um, okay. All right. Hang on. Let me get recite. Oh, that's the wrong one again. Damn it. Okay.
I have to change this picture. Hang on a second. No. Okay, good enough. Let's go with this picture. All right. So, what happened was, if you guys remember, some of you guys remember, that on my way to Bigfoot, I think it was 22 or 23, my tailgate fell down on my truck, and it damaged the gate. Because I backed it up into my brand new trailer and damaged the trailer and the gate. And so it wasn't too bad. I could live with it. It also scratched the handle. So here's the gate.
Gate. So there's some in this right there between the bow tie and the chrome handle where the camera is. There's scratches on the bow tie. There's scratches on the paint between. There's scratches on the chrome handle. So all that damage happened when the gate fell down. And then over to the left, there's a dent next to the "Fuck Joe Biden" special edition emblem, far left. To the right of it is a small dent. That was in it when I bought the truck. That was already there. And then on the very bottom left there's another mark. That was on the gate when I bought it. So it wasn't perfect, but it was close enough. I was very happy with it until I had the little faux-poo with the gate falling down on the way to Bigfoot. And then I bought one of my Chargers, and loading it, the trailer came off the ball and went right through the gate. And that's what all this other damage is over here on the right upper, which is the lower part of the gate. The gate's upside down, but yeah, that big hole in the gate and the big dent over. That all happened when the trailer came off the ball and ruined my gate. So I had to go get a gate. And I looked around. I forgot to tell you guys earlier, I only paid $360 for this perfect gate. Down here in Florida and Georgia, all the gates I looked at were over $400, and they were all either damaged or the wrong color, or both, damaged and the wrong color, and they wanted $400 or $500 for the gate. I found one this color that was damaged, and he wanted $500 for that one. I only paid $360 for this gate.
Let me show you.
So that's the gate I went to went to Virginia for. It's the right color. There's no damage. That mark on there below the Chevy is just dirt, a bug or something. There's no damage on this gate. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The camera works perfect. The handle works perfect. The gate's perfect. The spoiler at the top, which is not showing up here. Let me fix that real quick.
I can realign this a little bit.
There. Okay. Yeah, the spoiler on the top is perfect. I mean, the gate's perfect. So I drove all the way to Virginia to get that. So I stopped in Pooler, 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 Georgia, to pick up my 4-post lift. And then I drove all the way up 95 to Virginia and got that gate. And I drove up there with my gate. I already took my gate off and left it at home. And I paid $360 for that gate in perfect condition. Now, when I damaged the gate, because all the damage was on the left side, I actually bent the left hinge. And before I took my gate off, I literally tied the gate. I put the gate down and ran a tow strap through the gate, laying on top of the gate, laying down, and tied it around a tree, and then drove away from the tree to bend that pin back. And that's perfect. So the gate's in perfect alignment now. This is a perfect gate. There's absolutely no damage on this gate. I may or may not take that Smith sticker underneath the Avalanche off. The other one had CarMax on it, so it's not like it's a big deal. But yeah, so it was well worth the drive to go get that. And this
And the four-post lift. I went and got it because they wanted $800 to deliver it either to my home, as long as I had a way to get it off the truck, which means a fork truck or some kind of a hoist. That's the only way they would accept it. You can't like unbox it and take it off in pieces. They don't have, driver doesn't have time for that. So you have to be able to just pick it up with a fork truck and take it off their truck, or you have to have it delivered to a yard, a loading dock, and then pick it up there. Either way, it's $800 to have it delivered. I used less than $400 worth of gas to go get it, and I got two things for the price of $400 gas. I got my gate and the four-post lift. So long trip, 44 hours total time. That includes I slept total, not all at once, but in total, I probably slept about 6 hours, maybe 8, and the rest of it was drive time. It was the MapQuest or whatever navigation said it was 12 hours from my house to Virginia, and of course that doesn't include stops. And I had to stop several times to pee, get a drink. I didn't stop and sleep on the way up. I got there. On the way home, I didn't come the same way. I came home a different way, which is a lot shorter distance. I used a lot less gas, but it took a lot longer. But I had to get off. I put brand new lights on the trailer before I went. You guys all have trailers. You all know every time you plug your trailer in and go use it, the lights never work, right? I mean, it's almost a given. Oh, so now it's breaking up with the lift picture. Translate what for you, JCB? What are you talking about? Translate what? What part did you understand? All right, so let me hang on a minute. All right, so you're saying that it's breaking up now with the
lift picture, but with this picture, we're not breaking up. Is that right? Have I got it right now? That it sounds better now. Okay. All right. All right. So I know how to fix that. All right. Hold on a minute. We can fix that. So audio input capture 2. All right.
This is audio input capture. Okay. All right. So let me see here what I got set for what. Okay. All right. That's what I thought. All right. So let me go back.
And Right. Okay. So now the audio should be the same either way. It would either it doesn't matter which picture's up, but the audio should be the same. So is that good now? It's still good? Same now. Okay, good. All right. So I would. All right. So here's the settings I can change. What I had set on the other one before when I was screwing with it when we guys were saying it was breaking up. There's a microphone on the Logitech copy camera, and there's a microphone in the laptop. And the better microphone is the one in the Logitech camera. So I had them both set to that at first, and then when you guys told me it wasn't sounding right, I switched to the laptop to see if that was any better, and it wasn't, and then all of a sudden it was better when I didn't change anything. So now one was better than the other because I had one on each to check. So now we know which one's better. So both of them are on the Logitech aftermarket standalone camera and microphone. So, yeah, well, I need your help to figure it out, guys. Thank you. I mean, this is what I need. I need your feedback to tell me what's working and what's not so I can fix it, you know, because if, you know, all I can do is hear myself talk. I can't hear what you're hearing. You know? So, if I put the audio on so I could hear it, you'd be getting that feedback crap, the big humming feedback, so I can't run the... I guess I could put headphones on like some of the other shows do and listen to myself there, but why? I mean, you know, I guess I could do that. Anyway, so I'm glad I fixed that. Thank you for the help. Appreciate that. So now we're good. All right. So anyway, so that was my story. So yeah, I drove all the way up there and I didn't have one incident with a cop or anything. I had after I put all new lights on the trailer, a whole new I took 3 different there was 3 different wiring sets on the trailer. And none of them worked. Well, one worked, but one light was out. But the other 2 didn't work at all. And one of the 2 was a 7-wire for the trailer brakes. And I wasn't using the trailer brakes anyway, so I just ripped all of it out. I took all the wire off the trailer, completely off, and ran a brand new set of wires. And I put shrink wrapper on the wires where it went through the frame now to protect it more and everything. And I got it all wired, and the lights worked perfect, and everything was great. And then I printed a new license plate frame. I 3D printed myself a new frame for the license plate, put the plate on, and everything was great. And then someplace in North Carolina, the north part of North Carolina or in Virginia, the license plate broke off. The plate holder I printed broke. So I don't have a plate anymore. I lost the plate. So I'll have to order a new plate. That was really the only issue. Now coming home, so the radar capital of the world is in Florida on Highway 301. They have multiple speed changes on that route. It goes from 60 to 45 to 55, back to 50, back to 65, down to 60, and it keeps changing. It's no consistency whatsoever, and sometimes it changes within a mile, sometimes a half a mile. So it's a constant changing of speeds, and cops are radaring that all over, and they just love to give tickets out. So I didn't want to go. I went through there on the way up, but I didn't want to go back through there with no plate. I was sure as shit if they couldn't give me a speeding ticket, they were going to give me one for no plate. So I stopped for ice cream 3 times, Phil, as a matter of fact. So let me give you some more information. Road signs in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia suck. Absolutely suck. The worst signage I've ever seen in my life in all three of those states. Florida is awesome. But, and I'm going to give you some examples. First of all, a mile before the exit, it says exit 117 or whatever it is, okay? And that's all it says. And then you know how you have those blue signs that have like gas stations and places to eat. They're right there, usually right after the 1 mile sign. They're right there. Hit or miss whether they put those signs up or not. Doesn't mean there's nothing at that exit, but they just don't bother to put it up. So if you needed gas, and there was no signage there, you figure there's no gas at that stop. And then as you're driving past it, you can see gas stations on both sides of the highway, but you've already passed the exit. So that's real helpful. But my favorite one is this one. So the mile back where it says exit 117, you get to 117. Hey, Steve, welcome to the show. When you get to 117, you're only about 20 feet from it. There's a yellow sign right next to and it doesn't say what road it is or anything. It just says exit 117. That's the only signage. That sign is past the entrance. Okay, the entrance is 100 feet back. They put it in the V part of the grass where you're on the main road or the exit. That's where they put the 117 sign. And next to it is a warning sign with a curlicue like this. Well, you can't see me. Let me fix that. Yeah. So the exit sign has a curlicue like this. It says 30 miles an hour. You're doing 65, right? And now you have to brake. They gave you a 100-foot warning that you have to brake and get the car down to 30. And you better be doing 30, or you're going to be in the weeds. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. How come you didn't put the 30-mile-an-hour exit speed back on the mile back sign to let me know I need to be slowing down? Oh, no, this ain't a roundabout. No, this is a loop. I mean, a tiny little loop. Literally, if you're doing 31 miles an hour, you're in the grass. They aren't giving you any leeway at all. So here I am trying to slow down 9,000 pounds of truck and trailer from 65 to 30 in 100 feet. Yeah. Let me tell you how much fun that was. So, unbelievable. The signage was horrible. So, I couldn't believe it. I was just more and more I drove, the more I got mad. I couldn't wait to get back to Florida. It's compared to those states, Florida's got the best signage I've ever seen. I mean, oh my God, it was horrible. So, it's funny that, Phil, you asked about the ice cream. So I got off at an exit, no signs that said there was anything there. But I figured, well, there might be something here because they don't seem to give a shit. And I get off, nothing there. And I'm like, crap. Nothing right there, So I drove about a mile down to the south. And, I think I was going east, or I was going west at that time, yeah. So I go down the road a mile south, and there's a sign on the side of the road, dirty old sign, but it says, RC Flying Field. Are you shitting me, really? I happened to get off an exit that didn't have any signage at all, and here's an RC Flying Field? Really? So, big, beautiful field. I don't know exactly where the flying was done and where it looked like they might have had tables or a place for tables over here for the pit area or whatever, and then this whole area over here was yeah, exactly, Destiny. And the whole area over the other side was for flying, but it was beautifully mowed grass, RC Flying Field. I couldn't believe it. So I turn around and go back the other way, and I go past the interstate, going the other way. And what do I come to? Ice cream store. In the middle of nowhere. It's in the house. The woman runs this out of her house. She's got a special entrance, a little staircase on the back side of her house. And you walk in there, and they have real, the big 5-gallon containers of ice cream. And and it was two scoop in a waffle cone was $4. So yeah, I bought ice cream. I figured, goddamn, I'm here. I'm gonna buy some ice cream. Damn it, what the hell, right? So yeah, I got cookies and cream and raspberry something. You know, a scoop of each. $4. Well worth it. Great. That was great ice cream. So yes, fun on RC Flying Field, and I stopped for ice cream at the same exit. And I probably could never find that exit again if I tried. But, you know, destiny, you know. Yeah, it was meant to be, I guess. I don't know. Just funny as hell, though. I couldn't, you know, I was laughing my ass off that I found not only a flying field, but I needed gas. I was desperate for gas. So there's no gas. So I was really like, oh, crap. You know, so now I've got an ice cream cone I'm eating while I'm driving looking for gas. But I finally got some gas, and everything was good. But yeah, that was funny as hell. And then I bought 2 more ice creams on the way home at a regular convenience store. Good Humor, another cone, the big chocolate cone with the nuts, and I think I bought that twice. So yeah, I had salmon tonight. I cooked salmon tonight. I was eating it when I started the show, and that's why I had the camera on something else, not me, because I didn't want to eat in front of you guys. So my plate's over here in the drawer. So yeah. So anyway, so let's see what else happened on the trip that was fun. Oh, so going home, no license plate. I don't want to go through 301, so I'm going to go home a different way. So I had it. I was going down 95, and it says Interstate 16 to Macon, and I'm like, well, Macon's good because that puts me on 75, and it's a straight shot down 75 to my house because I'm on that side of the state. 95's on the other side of the state by Daytona. I don't need to be over there anyway, so here's an opportunity to get on the other side and get away from 301. So I did that. I got to that, and this is where I'm running out of gas. So I get to the gas, get gas, and I'm all good on gas. And so I'm sitting there thinking, let me go ahead and type in my home address now instead of Macon, just to see how long the drive's going to be. And it sends me a totally different way. So I didn't even have to go all the way to Macon. They put me on back roads the rest of the way to Florida, to just north of Gainesville is where I got back on 75. So it took me through all these back roads. You just watched a spandex ad to get in here. Well, Bill, if you hadn't left, you wouldn't have had to watch a spandex ad to get back in. So anyway, now I think I was on Route 200. I believe that's what I was on. When I came back, that was going north-south. And I got back into Florida on this little back road 200. And there's this big, beautiful Welcome to Florida sign on a little back road. You know, it crosses the state line, and there's this big, full-color, Welcome to Florida, blah, blah. And I'm like, son of a bitch, really? Because even on 95, there wasn't a Welcome to Georgia or Welcome to, nothing. They don't have any signage up like that. Nothing beautiful. I think one of them said it was just a white sign that said, I think it did say Welcome to North Carolina or something, but not the Florida sign. This Florida sign is just beautiful. I mean, it's this big, giant blue, purple, green, yellow color, all the colors. Welcome to Florida, blah, blah, Even when you leave Florida, thanks for stopping by or whatever as you're driving out of Florida. Come again. None of the other states did any of that. Nothing. Thanks. So I was really surprised. This is the first time I've traveled. It's the first time I've been on 95 since 2000. No, 19. When did I come down here on 95? It had to be 19. It had to be like 1979. I came to Florida on I-95. And that was the last time I'd been on 95. Been out of the state a bunch of times, so I had to always take 75 because I'm never going that way. I never go east. I'm sorry. Yeah, I never go east out of Florida. I'm always, well, maybe a little bit east, but not all the way over to 95. So, yeah, so it's the first time I've been on 95 since 79. Yeah, welcome to Arizona, and I get out. Yeah. So anyway, that was some more fun on the road. So I'm almost to Florida. I'm on 200 now, and I'm only about 2 miles from the border. I don't know this. I know I'm getting close, but I don't know how far away. I'm only about two miles. And I'm in this little township, and I pull up to the light. No license plate on the trailer. And a state trooper comes up on my right at the intersection. And he turns right, going where I'm going. And I'm like, oh, shit. Okay, well, here we go. All right. And then, while I'm still sitting at the light, sheriff comes up from the left side, on my left now. But he goes straight through. So I get my green, I go through, and then I'm watching in the mirror to see if he's going to turn and come after me or not. He doesn't. He goes straight through. Okay, dodged a bullet there. But now I'm catching the troopers, and I'm not speeding. So he's slowing down on purpose. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to let that happen. So I slow down. So I'm keeping about a mile distance from him. I'm right about a mile away from him, I'm guessing. And I start looking on my map for a side street. Is there a street somewhere I can turn? Because I'm turning. I'm not going to follow this fucker until he pulls over or lets me go around him so he can see that I don't have a tag. So that's not going to happen. We're not doing this. So I pull down this dirt road. I make a right turn down a dirt road that goes on for a good mile. And I'm not, listen, getting there to the gate I was on a schedule. Coming home, I'm not on a schedule. I don't care how long it takes to go home. I'm just taking my time and enjoying the ride. I don't have to be anywhere at a certain time. I had to be at the gate place by 5 o'clock. Actually, I found out after I got there that I had to be there by 4:30. They had to wait for me. I was a few minutes late. But then nobody told me. I called them 3 times over this gate, and nobody told me I had to be there by 4:30 to pick it up. That's the pickup time. Nobody told me that. So I got there a little after 5. They're open till 5, but they only let you pick up till 4:30. So I got somebody, on the phone that said he'd stay and wait for me. I told him how far away I was. I wasn't going to be long, so he waited for me so I could get my gate. But coming home, I'm not on schedule, so I don't care. I don't care. So I go down this dirt road, and I drive all the way down to the end, and I see a couple of houses. There's nothing on the road all the way down to the end. And then there's 2 houses right here, and then the dirt road turns to the right, and you go down, and there's one more house down there. And they've been there a long time. These aren't new houses. They're old houses. So this road's been there a long time, but it's still dirt. It's not even dirt. It's sand. I thought I was in Florida. It's a sand road. It wasn't dark dirt, like Georgia clay or anything. It was sand. So, anyway, by the time I got down there, got turned around and got back, was probably a good 30 minutes at least. So the trooper was long gone. I don't know where he went, but he was gone. So I make my right turn back on 200, and I don't go 2 miles, and welcome to Florida. So, all right, now I've dodged all the other states having to deal with no license plate. Florida I can deal with. I'm in Florida. I live in Florida. I'll make this work here, but I didn't want to be in another state. So, But no encounters at all. I got home without any issues with the police or anything. We were good. So that all worked out good. Yeah. Philip, I think I was in Toronto. What are some other big cities in Canada near the New York Niagara Falls area? What are some big cities in that part of Canada? When I was dating my first wife, a church group of about 6 of us, I think. We just want to go up and see Niagara Falls. It's not that far from Ohio. It was only about, I think it was only like a 4 or 5 hour drive to go from Cleveland, East Cleveland, to Niagara Falls through New York. So we did that. And oh my God, the girl I was dating's mother was ripping me a new asshole because she thought we went up there to elope. So she is calling me everything but a white man. She is so mad at me that I took her daughter to Niagara Falls. And I told her, well, the rest of the kids are with us. Cindy's here and Dan's here and Doreen, her sister, she's with us. And she thought they were all going to just be witnesses to the marriage, and we're getting married. Because she didn't want me to marry her daughter. I wasn't good enough for her daughter. So anyway, so that was the first time I went to New York, and then we went there to Canada, and then we went there 2 other times because her younger sister had a hip deformity at birth, and the only doctor that could do this kind of hip fix at that time, we're talking 19, probably 80, 81, that time range, was in Canada. He was the only doctor that could do this kind of surgery to fix her hip. So we went up there, and I can't remember exactly what city. I think it might have been Toronto. I don't know. I'm trying to think what city. No, it wasn't Ottawa. Montreal. No, I don't. I think it was Toronto. I think that's where we went. I think that's where the doctor was. I don't know. Is Toronto close? Is that to the New York, bridge to get into Canada, or is it a bridge? It's a bridge. You got to go over Lake Erie, right? Anyway, so we went up there twice. Just the kids. Me, my ex-wife, her sister, mom. We drove up there so that the doctor could check his work. First time was for the surgery. Second time was to make sure it was all healing right and everything. So yeah, I've been to Canada twice. 3 times. Back then, you didn't need a passport or anything. You just drove through. They stop you at the border to say are you carrying any illegal drugs, fruit. I think we weren't allowed to bring fruit across the border, and alcohol. That was the big. I don't think they asked us if we had a gun or not. You can't bring fruit but you can go ahead and bring a gun. That's okay. I don't know. I don't remember, but I don't remember them asking us for a gun. So, but they wanted to know if we had any alcohol, fruits, or vegetables. So that was kind of funny. Yeah, Buffalo, New York, Niagara Falls, Niagara, St. Catherine. No, it wasn't there. Is Detroit there? Detroit's way at the north of Canada, isn't it? Isn't Detroit way the hell up? Oh no, Detroit's in Michigan. Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't Detroit. I'm pretty sure it was. I don't know. Let me go do a Google search for. See if I can figure it out. Huh. Well, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so. Um, God, I don't see it. I don't see anything that looks familiar. Huh. Interesting. For some reason, I always thought it was Toronto, but I don't. I don't see where Toronto is. Let me do this. Let me add a marker and see where the hell Toronto's at. Well, what the hell? That didn't help at all. What the fuck is that? Huh. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it must have been Toronto. Yeah, I'm looking at where Toronto is. Yeah, that's where we had to go. Is there a is there some kind of a pointy tower in Toronto? Some kind of a I don't know what it is, but it's a big point. Um, do you know what I'm talking about, Philip? Is that a some kind of a landmark or you know? Jono, you're back. What's up? Good to see you, man. Um, you know, tourist attraction, some kind of the CN Tower. Oh, I think Dubai's got a taller building now than the CN Tower. All right, let me Google that and see what that looks like. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's where we were. Yeah, we went by that tower. I remember that. So that's where we went. Yeah. All right, good. We figured that one out. Anyway, yeah, because I remember that. That was one of the things I remembered we saw going in. So. Oh, Juno, I spend hours on Google Earth. I love finding, you know, like, for instance, here's what I do, and it's just a game, a hobby. It's just fun for me to do. But I'll watch videos. I'll give you an example. I'm sure you guys know who Jimmy's World is, right? Where he bought Elvis's jet. So I've been watching that jet for 20 years because I found it out in the desert. You know, I saw 20 years ago somebody put up something about Elvis's jet being out in the desert, and I found it on Google Earth. So I would periodically go out there and see if it's still there, and it was still there, you know. And so all this time, all these years, I've been watching that jet, and then all of a sudden Jimmy buys it. So I'm following it because I'm interested. So then, and this isn't the first time I did this. I know where Tom Cruise keeps his Mustang. I figured that one out. I know where, down here, Kermit Weeks that owns Fantasy of Flight. I know where his house is. I found his house. And I know where Jimmy keeps the Elvis jet. I found that too. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Jimmy. So Jimmy, and we've talked in emails. But I think he thinks I'm some kind of stalker. I think I'll tell you what happened. Now, we have a mutual friend. The guy that does the rap on the Elvis jet is also named Jimmy. And he's one of my friends that we fly together. And I bought that big, I don't know if it's an Edge or a Slick or what it is. I forget now. But that giant 3D plane, I bought from him. So we have a common friend. You know, Jimmy that does the vinyl wrap. Which I might have him wrap my Super Bee. Knows Jimmy. He does the work for Jimmy. He knows me. We fly together. So on one of Jimmy's videos, Jimmy World, Jimmy, he was driving the Elvis jet somewhere, and he videotaped himself leaving the garage that they keep it in, right? And then he goes down this road and turns down another road. And then he comes to a stop sign, and he's got the camera inside the cab of the Elvis jet, and it's pointing out the driver's window. And what's outside the driver's window is a street sign. That's all I need. You give me a street sign, and I can find it. So I type in the street sign. I know he's got to be somewhere close to what is it over there? Plant City. So I know he's somewhere in Plant City. So I Google Plant City and the road that the jet was on, and I find the road. So I backtrack it, and I found the exact building that they keep the jet. So I warned Jimmy. I said, "Listen, I'm not stalking you. I'm just, listen. I just do this as a hobby. I like a game, but I know where you're keeping the jet." All right. So if I can find it from the, yeah, I said you should probably take this video down, or at least that part of the video down, because if I can find the jet, others can. You know, I don't think I'm the smartest guy in the world, so if I can find it, probably somebody else can. So you may want to take that video down. Well, the next time I hear from Jimmy, he's moved. He doesn't. Oh, I told him. I also know where Jimmy kept. Well, I've been to the house because he lived in Hidden Lakes, which is a flying community right by my house here. So I went to the house one day and knocked on the door, but he wasn't there. And I told him that, hey, I stopped by your house, but you weren't home. And then I told him I know where you're keeping your camper too, because it was in Plant City, and there was a Babcock furniture place across the street. So you go to Plant City, you type in Babcock Furniture on the MapQuest or on Google Earth, and it shows you where they all are, and it's not hard from there to find a storage yard across the street from a Babcock Furniture, and boom, there's where he keeps his motorhome. So I told him I know where your motorhome is. You know, I know where the jet is. I just wanted, I'm not stalking you. It's just a game I do, but you may want to take the video down. Well, the next thing you know, he moved. He doesn't live in Hidden Lakes anymore. He moves somewhere else. So I think maybe I scared his wife because I was, and I called Jimmy to tell him, hey, you need to call Jimmy and tell him that I'm not stalking him. That we're good. Because I have a feeling I might have scared them to move. Like I'm some kind of nutcase stalker. But anyway, I found Tom Cruise's. He is in a hangar. It's actually the hangar they used in the movie Maverick. When he comes riding out of that hangar on his bike, that's the hangar he keeps his airplane is. And I know where that hangar is. I found it. So I know where Tom keeps his airplane, and I know where Kermit Weeks lives. I know where Cletus McFarlane lives. I found his house. That wasn't hard to find either. I know where his house is. I know where his new house is. That I know where the airport is he bought. So I've been there. It's just a game I play. I like searching for stuff on Google Earth. It's really fascinating. Some of my favorite places to go were back during World War II. The island that they launched the attack from used to have an Air Force base on it. Doesn't anymore. But the pit is still there where they loaded the bomb onto the B-7 or the B-29 to fly over to Japan. But so there's that island's out there, but it's been dismantled, and there's another island out there that somebody else is using. I saw Russian airplanes parked on the runway there, and I'm like, I wonder if our U.S. Department knows that the Russians are using our old island, because we're not using it. So CCP says I'm moving. It's okay. I can find you. It doesn't matter where you move. I'll find you. If I want to find you, I'll find you. I'm really good at this. I don't need a lot of clues. I can find you. So that's all I needed to find the Elvis jet was that one street sign was all it took. And it didn't take me 5 minutes on Google Earth to find the building that he keeps the jet in. So, like I said, I was warning him, hey, you may want to take that down or at least block that sign in the video, because if I can find your jet, somebody else can. So, but yeah. So I'll tell you how I found Tom Cruise's, how I know that's his hangar. He was, James Corden. He did the Light Show after Craig Ferguson retired. He took over the show. Well, he went flying with Tom Cruise in a Honda jet to they were in the P. He took them for a ride in the P-51, and then they got in an L-39 jet, and they're flying around. So he meets Jimmy, or James. He meets James at that hangar to take him flying. And he flew in the Honda jet. I don't know how James got there. I forget how he got there. But Tom pulls up in a Honda jet. and they get the P-51 they're going to go for a ride. And now they're filming him taxiing out. Well, he taxis out past airplanes that are parked at this particular hangar. It's an old Air Force hangar, maybe a Navy hangar, but it's a military hangar. And there's N numbers on the airplanes. Well, you can look up the address of any N number, just type it in, and there's a program or a search engine that tells you where that plane's registered. So he taxied right past a Piper Cherokee with N something on it, and I typed in that N number, found the airport that he keeps that airplane at, and then there's the hangar. And I confirmed for sure it's the same hangar because of the things around the hangar. There's a palm tree on the right side, there's a lean-to shed on the left side, and I confirmed that those two things are there. It's definitely the hangar. And that is the hangar he drove out of in the movie. You know, when he got on his motorcycle and ran out through the doors popped open. So that is his hangar. That's where he keeps his P-51, and I know where it is. So I'm, like I said, I'm pretty good at this. I can find shit on Google Earth. So Kermit Weeks, I found out where he lives because during the hurricane, he videotaped himself leaving his house. Now, of course, he didn't show his house. He didn't show his address. But he's driving down the road, and he drives under an underpass. Okay, well, all right, so we're near a freeway, right? He's got to be near a freeway. And Fantasy of Flight just happens to be right next to a freeway. So I go to that area where there's a side road, and I go down there. And I'm now looking at houses that he drove by. And I found the houses that he drove by. So now I know, And then he made the mistake of walking around his pool in the backyard to show the damage to the pool and his boat dock. So from straight down, all I had to do was find the swimming pool that didn't have a cage over it, and boom, there it was. So I got his address. I put it in my phone, so I have Kermit Weeks' address. I know where he lives. So it's not rocket science. You just got to use your noggin a little bit, and you can find anything. So I found all this shit. It's really cool shit too. It's fascinating finding this stuff, and I'd spent a lot of time doing that. It's just fun for me when there's not much to watch. Which, honestly, I did most of this before YouTube got really big. When there wasn't really a lot to, there was stuff to watch on YouTube, but I had more fun on Google Earth. Now I'm pretty much I watch more YouTube than I stalk. Stalking with no intentions. Yeah. So anyway, it's just fun, and I know all these. I know where Kermit's house is. I know where Cletus's house is. I know where Cletus's airport is. I know where, I know where Tom Cruise keeps his airplane. I know where Jimmy keeps that. I haven't tried to find Jimmy's new house. He hasn't. I suspect it's in Plant City. It's a nice house. I think he's renting it. He was renting the house in Hidden Lakes. So he's probably renting this house. And since most of his toys are all in Plant City, and his mechanic is in Plant City, the house he is in now, whether he's renting it or bought it, is probably in Plant City. But he hasn't done a video where he's left his house that I found yet and drove by a street sign, because all I need is that street sign. Once I have that, I'll have the house. No doubt. Because he already flew. He was flying a RC helicopter around the front yard. So I know what the house looks like, and I know what the yard looks like. I know the palm trees located in the yard. So I know what I'm looking for. I just need to narrow it down to where I'm looking for it, and I'll find the house. So if he ever makes the mistake of videotaping himself leaving the house and drives by a street sign, he's screwed, because I'm going to find him again. No, I didn't sell any of this info on the dark web. No, this is my own amusement. I just think it's fun. I also know where Tom Cruise's apartment is here in Clearwater, because he's, one of them. What is he? It's not Jehovah Witness. Is it Jehovah Witness? Is that the religion he is? No, it's not that. What is it? Him and what's his name? God, I can't think of his name right now. Well, the guy's name I'm trying to think of right now. I can't think of his name. He's Scientologist. Yes, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So the main headquarters for Scientology is in Clearwater, and he has a big apartment complex there that he lives in, right down the street from the Scientology's place. Yeah, very much. John Travolta. I know where his house is. Okay, he lives in a beautiful, gigantic mansion. So I'll tell you a little story behind him. So he had a place over in Daytona area. West Palm, somewhere over there. There was a flying community, but he was flying his 707. You know, his big Boeing 707, and they were bitching and crying that it was too noisy. So he decided he's going to move somewhere else. You know, you don't want to listen to the bitching about this big airplane. It's noisy. So he moved it up here closer to me. It's called... God, I can't think of the name of it right now. Let me look it up. It's like Big Air, something like that. Hang on a minute, I'll tell you. Jumbo, that's it. Jumbo Air. It's over 1,000. I think the runway's over 1,000 feet. Plenty big enough to fly his 707 in there now. And so he moved there. Well, they started bitching. Well, he shut him up. He bought the airport. Now he owns the whole place. He can do whatever the fuck he wants now because he owns it. You don't like it? Get the fuck out. He's tired of arguing with people about his noisy airplanes, because he's an airplane guy for sure. So, yeah. So if they don't like it, they can just move out because now he owns the place. So big north-south runway. Has a big hush wall around the south end of the runway, and there you can actually go stay there. It's a bed and breakfast place, so you can actually drive in there and rent a room or a cottage. I think they have both. Right there at Jumbo Air, they have a big fly-in breakfast. I think once a month. My buddy Tom and I were going to go. He has a Cessna. I doubt. Okay, you're right. You're right. Because, a mile is 5,280 feet, and this runway's 2 miles long. So that's 10,000 feet. Yeah. So it's a 10,000 foot runway. He did it as a joke and challenged easy folks how. What are you talking about, Phil? Who did what now? What? So he has since, I don't know if you knew this or not, but John has donated his 707 back to Qantas in Australia to put in their museum. So he gave them the plane back, so they could put it in the museum. So he still has. I think he has a couple of. Hang on. Gulfstream, that's the one I'm thinking of. I think he's got 2 Gulfstream jets that he keeps at the house. Now, he had the 707 at the house and a Gulfstream, and I think now he has 2 Gulfstreams at the house. Easy to find it. It's not hard. You can Google it. John Travolta's house, Jumbo Air. He's got one big, gigantic, fenced-in, right off the runway. It's the biggest property, single house property in the place. It's huge. And he has 2 big, like shade hangers that he can pull the nose of the jet under. So the cockpit area is under a cover so that the sun isn't beating it to death. And he had the 707 at one side and the Gulfstream on the other. And I was kind of sorry to see it go. That's a beautiful. That was a beautiful 707 he had. I mean, that thing was beautiful. And Qantas had Qantas airline. He's a Qantas pilot. He's a licensed Qantas captain. And he does occasionally fly. You could, if you were going to Australia, you could get on a jet and John Travolta would be your pilot. It has happened. He does fly occasionally. Probably to stay current with the company, but they've pretty much been sponsoring him since go. And he's been returning the favor by keeping the airplane in their colors. So everywhere he flies that airplane, even though it's not a Qantas run, there's a Qantas airplane sitting in an airport that they don't fly in and out of, but that's where he went. So it's pretty cool. So he got rid of the jet. I guess it was it requires. I think that plane requires a 3-man cockpit. I think you've got a flight engineer, pilot, and a co-pilot. You have to have all 3 on board to fly that thing. And it probably was getting ridiculous to have a pilot and somebody that still knows how to be an engineer, to fly that airplane. So I'm sure it was getting harder to find. So that's probably why he got rid of it, because he had to have a flight engineer, and hell, anybody that knows how to fly a 707 is probably dead or almost. To be a flight engineer on a 707, so it was either upgrade it, spend millions to upgrade it, or get rid of it. And I think he decided to get rid of it. That's my guess. I have no idea for sure, but that's my guess is why he probably got rid of it. But if you go look at his house, it looks cool as hell with that 707 sitting there. I mean, it just really looks cool. It's a big ass mansion house and this big property with a 707 sitting parked there. It's pretty cool. There's pictures all over the internet, man. If you Google it and hit the image button, you'll find picture after picture of the house with 707 there. It's a pretty famous picture. Yeah, he can't keep a wife, Tom Cruise, because none of them are Scientologists, and he tries to convert them to it, and they put up with it so long, and then they get the hell out. So that's what's happened with Katie, Nicole. What was the other one? It's a strange religion. I can't. I don't know Tom's reason for being there or whatever. I can't believe John Travolta stays with that church after losing his son and his wife, because they don't believe in medicine. So when his son had that disorder, I think he had some form of autism, and they weren't allowed to medicate him for it. The religion, it's against their religion. And he followed his religion right till he killed his son. He lost his son because of that. And then shortly after that, a few years later, he lost his wife. Same reason, because they weren't allowed to medicate for the problems they had. Now, I don't know how he could lose his son and his wife and stay in that religion. He might not be anymore, come to think of it. You never hear John Travolta's at a Scientology, event, so he might have gave up finally. But yeah, that was sad. I can't believe that someone would do that, sacrifice their child for their religion. It's just weird. All right, let's talk about airplanes, guys. Well, model airplanes. What's anybody flying? Anybody going flying tomorrow? What are you going to fly tomorrow? I'm probably going to fly the Decathlon, the P40, and if I take a minute or two to mess with my Corsair to figure out why the throttle and the rudder are mixed together. I haven't figured that out. I haven't really looked either, but I use the same program over and over again. I just copied it. The same one I put in the P40 and the same one I put in the Decathlon, and I copied it over and just plugged everything in, and everything worked fine except the throttle, and moving the throttle stick, nothing happened. And then I moved it left rudder and the throttle went up, and I'm like, what the hell? That was weird. So I got to look and see what's going on. I don't know why it's programmed like that. It's going to be an easy fix, but I don't know if I'm going to bother to take time tonight to do that or not. I don't know. We'll see. My problem now is I have to go figure out what airplanes to take out of the trailer to put these two in. And that sucks. It's hard to, I have so many damn airplanes. It's, you want to fly them all. And, it just breaks my heart to have to take one out of the trailer so I can put a different one in, So, oh, there you go. All right, Phil. Cool. Hey, how's the weather up there right now? Is it still hot? Are you having warm days, or is it getting cold already? So 70-ish in the afternoon. Okay. Yeah, we're still in the high 80s. But, usually September's pretty hot. I'm surprised. This year it's cooling off already. When I was autocrossing, we stopped racing during August and September because it's too hot. But this year, September seems to be cooling off way sooner than normal. Especially at night. Like right now in here, it's only 70. Yeah, it's only 77 in here. And it's only just past midnight. Well, it's almost 1, but usually I'm still in the mid 80s, 84 at this time. So by morning it's probably only going to be about 71 degrees out here, and that's cool for September. Usually it's 81's usually the low. And we're already at 77, and that's not the low. I'm sure it's going to get cooler than that tonight. So I'm really kind of surprised. It's definitely cooler this year. It's been a hot summer, though. Oh, my God. But, yeah, it's already cooling off. I'm kind of surprised. Which just makes it, you know, I'm going to get to spend more time in the garage working on the garage now that the weather's cooling off. Because during the day, it's way too hot out here to do anything. Oh, so you got a Super Tucano from Hobby King, Fred? Good for you. You're going to love that airplane. God, I love that airplane. I love landing that airplane. That is the easiest plane to land. Oh, my God. It is just butter. I mean, it really is. That thing just lands beautiful. The only plane that lands just like it is my my J65, you know, the business jet from X-Fly. They both fly almost identical. They just are just beautiful, smooth, easy, just flares perfect, beautiful airplanes. God, they fly so good. Yeah, I love both those airplanes. So yeah, that's one of my favorites. I love that Super Tucano. I'm waiting for it to go on sale and buy another one. Yeah, they'll put it on sale sooner or later. That the two planes I want from Hobby King right now is another Super Tucano and the that new Catalina. The what do they call that thing? What's the call numbers? PBY. The PBY Catalina that they came out with. I want that airplane. So, and it's not bad. It's only $450. That's a pretty good price for that plane. But I'm gonna wait. They'll put it on sale. I'm gonna wait till they put it on sale, and I'm gonna buy it. I haven't flown the RV-7, but my buddy has one, and he's a pretty good pilot. But he can't seem to land that thing worth a shit. I don't know if it's him or the plane or what, but you know he's broken it several times. Like, I almost bought the plane. It was on sale there for a while, and I was going to buy it because I have an RV-8. I have two RV-8s. I have a big RV-8, a little RV-8. I was going to get an RV-7. I was like, I almost bought it a couple times, and I just keep thinking about Mike crashing his, and I'm like, I don't know. Do I want it that bad? So yeah, I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. Probably will, to be honest with you. They'll probably put it on sale again, and they put it on sale one more time. I probably will. I don't know. I might not be buying anything from Horizon anymore. I'm so mad at them when they did away with the Elite and did this new full throttle bullshit. They really pissed me off with that crap. I don't think I'm going to be buying anything from Horizon. If I buy anything that I want, I'll probably buy it from Tower. Just to screw with them for screwing me. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I didn't buy it, Roy. It's too small. I like the look of it and everything. It's got nice lights on it, but you're right. It's too small. And I didn't. That was one of the reasons that stopped me from getting it. I just didn't think. If it had been bigger, I probably would have gone with it. I like the 1.5 range and bigger. 1.4, 1.5. Those are good sizes. I have a bunch of 1.2, 1.3, but I practically have nothing 1.1 or lower. A couple of UMX, but if it's that small, I don't buy it. Because usually if it's that small, it doesn't even have retracts on it. And if it's a retractable airplane, I don't buy it unless it has retracts. I'm not flying anything around with the gear hanging out. And even the UMX ones, I pull the gear off and hand launch it. So, Yeah, you know what? I almost didn't buy the Decathlon because it was too small, but it was $100 off, and um, at that price, I thought it was because it's. I think it's. Is it 1,300 or 1,200? I know I know it ain't 11. It's bigger than that. It's either 12 or 1,300. Um, but the color scheme on it, Roy, it's a wrap. It's not decals on painted foam. None of that. It's a wrap. They printed the entire scheme with all the lettering, all the wording, everything on a sheet of wrap, and they wrapped the whole airplane. The fuselage is wrapped, the tail feathers are wrapped, the wings are wrapped, and it is beautiful. Oh my God, it's beautiful. I can't believe how well that came out. What a beautiful airplane. Yeah, Phil, well, yes and no. I mean, like I said, they just put that plane, there were a ton of planes. I'm still waiting on one. That everybody had $100 off on this one, $100 off on that one, $120 off on this one. I mean, everybody had sales a couple weeks ago that was like, obviously the tariffs aren't hurting anybody because they discounted them, just mixed it. This Corsair was $100 off, from FMS. That, the T-28 and the P-40. I think the P-40 was $120 off. So that's why I bought all of those. Aero, Hobby Zone, had the Aero's Husky, $100 off. So I bought that. That's the one I haven't got yet. I'm waiting on that one. So I bought the Husky at $100 off. So, yeah. I mean, there's been some good sales going on that are bringing prices back down. They haven't had a price increase like the Corsair and the P-40 have been priced where they are for quite a while. So they didn't raise the price when the tariff hit, but yet they still can afford to knock $100 off or $120 off to sell it. So, don't kid yourself. They're not losing money on any of this shit. Yeah, exactly, Roy. But you got the 4-cell version, which was cheaper, right? So I think the 4-cell version was, I want to say it was $289, and the 6-cell version was $349, I think. So they knock $100 off. That brought the 6-cell version down to $249, which was cheaper than the 4-cell version. And the difference is yours is red, black, and white, and the 6-cell version is orange, black, and white. So I'm getting the orange, black, and white 6-cell version for less money than I paid for your 4-cell version. So how do you pass that up? It's like, goddamn. I had to buy that, So, yeah, I can't wait for that to get here. I'm still waiting on that one. But, it might have been. Yeah, I know it had a price increase because that was a long time ago. That's been what, 4 years, 5 years ago? It's been a while. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was like $220 then. So it was up to like $289, I think now. If they're still, I don't even know if they still have it. They weren't listing it. Now, sometimes when they're on a stock, they take it off their list until they get it back in stock. So they might just be out of stock of it. But they weren't showing when I bought the 6-cell version. The 4-cell wasn't on the list anymore. So I don't know if they discontinued the 4-cell version or if they were just out of stock. Yeah, probably 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm getting myself a Husky. I've been wanting one for a long time, and I was gonna buy the 4-cell version one. I actually kind of thought I liked the red one better. Honestly, I thought the red looked better than the orange. But the orange has grown on me, and at that price, I would have bought the orange one anyway because it was cheaper on sale. So 6 years after I sent you that plane, I got the 6-cell version for only $20 more or $30 more. Yeah, so that 6 years later, it only went up price wise, $30. It was $130. But at $30, that's kind of a no brainer. Why wouldn't you buy it? So I was really glad to get it. My buddy Mike, I bought a Bison, the Motion RC Bison. He sold me 3 airplanes for peanuts, and one of them was brand new in the box. So he threw these 3 together to get rid of them. And at that price, I wanted the other 2. I didn't really want the Bison, but it was part of the deal, so I said, okay. So I have it. I'm not impressed with it. It's not that pretty of an airplane. I haven't tried to fly it or even hook up the lights, to see what it looks like. But the other 2 planes I really like, those were the ones I wanted. One was a Waco. I don't think it's a Dynam Waco. It doesn't have lights, and the Dynam one does. And I think this one's smaller than the Dynam a little bit. But it's a red Waco, and it's in really nice shape. I don't think anybody's flown it. And then the other one was the L-39 that I already have in the Ballistic B scheme, and that one was brand new in the box. He never put it together and flew it. So that's a $200 airplane right there. I got all 3 planes for $220. So I was like, well, shit, Basically, I got the new jet for price, the Waco for $20, and the Bison was free. Basically. So, yeah. When was the last time you flew that one, Roy? Oh yeah, Phil. I've got way more airplanes than I could ever fly. Um, I if they ever stop making these planes or whatever, I've got a lifetime supply. I'm good. Hell, I've still got 30 of them brand new in the box, all different stuff too. Biplanes, jets, uh, you know, high wingers, low wingers, military. I think the oldest plane I have in the box, I have uh, I think it's the gunfighter scheme. Let me look. Yeah, yeah. The gunfight. It was a pretty popular scheme. So if you guys remember, if you've been around long enough, Park Zone had a. Well, I wouldn't call it a UMX. It's bigger than that, but it's only like 800 millimeter wingspan. They had a Park Zone P-51 gunfighter scheme. Uh, I still have one of those brand new in the box. Not the plug and play version or the bind and fly. The repair version. So basically, everything's in the box except the motor, the speed control, and the servos. Yeah, I got everything else. So all I have to do is throw the shit in it to fly it, and it's brand new in the box. And then I also had that same gunfighter scheme, a P-51 from FMS, that was discontinued a long time ago. And I forget where I got that one at, but I found that one and bought it. So it's still brand new in the box. I never put that one together either. I have 6 of those airplanes in various schemes, and so I didn't need another one. So I didn't build that one. I have the Dallas Darling, which has been discontinued. That's a P-51B, and I have the Furious Frankie. That's a D, and I have that. I have the Red Tail. That's a D also. I have one of those. I have that blue nose one, something Pete. I forget the first part of it. I have that one, and I actually bought 2 extra tails. They had the tail sections on sale for like 50 cents or some shit. I'll take 2 of those. What the hell? At that price, I'll just take 2 of those. So I got 2 extra tails for it, just in case. I think I have one more. I'm trying to remember all the schemes. Oh, Big Beautiful Doll. So I have all of those built in the rack over there. So I didn't want to put the gunfighter one together. I don't need another one to fly. I'll just keep that one in the box for now. So that's a plug and play, brand new in the box, in a very cool paint scheme. So that between the Park Zone version of it and the FMS version of it, you know, Fred's got a is it to put together? Have you flown it? Have you been flying it? Hey, David, what's up? How you doing, man? I believe the Husky's a little bigger. I think. I believe the PA-18 is 1700 millimeter, and I think the Husky's 1800. I'm pretty sure. So the Husky should be just slightly bigger. But yeah, about the same airplane. I have 2 of the PA-18s. The big ones. And you know, they came out with a smaller version of it. I haven't bought that yet. I'll probably end up at some point, but I haven't done it yet. That's a nice airplane. I like that plane. I haven't flown it in a while because that was one of the ones I knocked the rudder off of running it into the post. So it's on the floor over there right where the lift's going. So I got to move it, but it's sitting on the floor over there with the rudder knocked off. I got to fix that. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you there. I think the Husky's prettier. I don't dislike the PA-18. Just that little silhouette city scene on the side of the plane. You know, I don't hate it, but I don't think it looks as good as, you know, nice stripes, you know, color, you know. I think that looks better than whatever that scheme is there. So I'm not a huge fan of it, but I like the airplane a lot. It flies really good, and I don't remember. I might one of them might have the gyro in it and one doesn't. I think. I don't think, or maybe they. I don't know. I'm not positive on that. Oh yeah, that probably does look good with the clear coat on it. That's good thinking. I might do that to mine. Yeah, that would probably really make it look nice. It puts a shine on it, and it keeps them cleaner. They're easy to clean. They're easy, you know, they stay nicer looking a lot longer when you clear coat them. There really is it's a good idea. I probably ought to clear coat my decathlon, even though it's a wrap. That would probably look even way better. You know what? I have a brand new can of clear coating. I might just do that tonight. Yeah, probably not. Maybe after I fly it, I'll clean it up and clear it. Yeah, I don't do all my planes. I should, but it's going to get too expensive. I have too many damn airplanes to clear coat them all. So, David, have you pulled the trigger on the J65 jet yet? That you love so well? I don't know what you're waiting for. Hell, I think it's on sale right now. It was on sale. Well, it used to be $4.99 forever, for years. It went up to $5.89, but it's on sale for $5.29. So it's only $30 more than it was. You know, and that's shit. That's at least 4 years old, that jet. So in 4 years, it went up $30. That's not too bad. They have the L-39 on sale again. It's just back down to $199. You know, I've got 3 of those now. So if you guys want a cool jet for less than $200 with all aluminum retract, trailing arm retract, lights, flaps, 6S, beautiful airplane for $199. Can't beat that. There's not a jet anybody sells that gives you that much bang for the buck for $199. They're out of the ballistic B, normally at $229, but they're out of it. But they have the what we call the Arctic camo, and they have the olive green camo. So I have 2 olive green camos, and I have 1 ballistic B. That's the one I just got from Mike. He never put it together. So it's brand new in the box. So yeah, I highly recommend, you know, if you're looking for a really nice jet, and I can tell you the perfect battery to buy for it too. It's only a $30 battery at Hobby King, and it's got the right plug on it, and everything fits right in there perfect, and it'll fly the jet for 9 minutes. So just a awesome combo. So again, I highly recommend that if you guys are looking for a budget jet. You know, and if you put a gyro in it, it'd be even better. It's a little touchy, you know, because it's small. I don't mind it, but some of you guys might want to put a stabilizer in it, just to take a little bit of the squirreliness out of it. I did turn the rates down on the ailerons because it was a drill bit. It rolled so fast, it was crazy, and that made it a little twitchy. So I calmed it. I put Expo on it, and I turned the throws down both because it just was too much. Oh my god! So, but other than that, I left everything else alone. I didn't do anything with the rudder or the elevator. But really, really nice jet. I'm looking to see if they have anything else on sale I can't live without while I'm here. I still want that MiG. I bought my T7A, the X-Fly, from here, from Banana. They had the best price on it. Hobby King was selling it for a little while, but I think they discontinued that particular X-Fly plane. Or they sold out of it and haven't replenished. I don't know which, but they came out with a C-17 Globemaster, but it's a quad 40 millimeters. Yeah, I wish the hell they'd at least gone quad 64 millimeters. It's just too small. I mean, it's still going to be big, but you know, that's a big airplane. You know, so I want the model to be a big model airplane. You know, I don't want a little tiny, you know, Godzilla airplane. If it's, you know, I want it to be big. And yeah, it's not that big. Kind of disappointing. So the MiG Yes, you know that the MiG's on sale right now for $3.99. God, that's a good deal. 90 millimeter, 7-channel, 90 millimeter MiG 17 for $3.99. That's a damn good price. Most 90 millimeter planes, 90 millimeter jets now are $600. So this one for $3.99. Wow, that's so tempting. I really don't want to buy any more airplanes right now. You know, but the problem is when I'm ready to buy it, it won't be on sale anymore, and that'll piss me off. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you know what, Roy? That's a really good idea because the Corsairs generally were really shiny. Um, yeah, it's a good idea. I think I might just do that. I got a brand new can of clear coat here too. It's not Minwax though. Home Depot quit carrying Minwax. They're carrying some other brand. I haven't tried it yet. So it's the same stuff, polyurethane, but I haven't sprayed any of it yet. So we'll have to find out if it's any good. So did you when you clear coated your Tiger Cat, you did a matte finish on it? This Corsair is the 1400 size. My 1700 one is right over there. Both FMS. So I already had one of these, but it was the Red Bull version. Okay, so it had the Red Bull bull on it, and it's the exact same airplane. It's the exact same color blue. The differences were this is that light blue tip on the top of the rudder, and it doesn't have that. The Red Bull one's just the regular blue all the way up. The stars and bars are different. There's a 301V emblem on that wing over there. That's not on the Red Bull one. So the decaling is a little different. But it does have the Red Bull on it. And so I flew that for years. And I was flying it without the telemetry, and I had a bad battery go bad on me. And I had to land it. I hit the fence out of the field. Didn't hurt it that bad. No big deal. Fixed it. Cleaned it all up. It was beautiful. Flew it. Goddamn, if I didn't do it, it's almost the exact same thing. I hit the same fence. Battery went bad again. I don't know if it happened to be the same battery. I don't know. Just weird. But, you know, no telemetry. And I hit the same damn fence and damaged it again. Not bad. Again, easily fixable. So what I'm going to do with it now, it's retired. I'm not flying that one again. I bought this one to fly. I'm going to get the Red Bull one all cleaned back up, fixed, repaired, cleaned up, probably clear coat it, and then I'm going to hang it up. Either, I don't think I'll hang it in here, but probably out in the garage. I'm going to hang it up as a decoration. I'm not going to fly it anymore because I can't replace it. This one I can replace all day long. I can't replace the Red Bull one, so I'm gonna retire it. That's why I bought this one, so I could retire the Red Bull one. Oh, really? Okay, let me go look at Tower Scratch and Dent. You know, David, I hate you. You keep making me spend money. I heard that one before. Yeah. God, I hate when you're in my show. You keep making me spend money. It's all your fault. I always go to the scratch and dent section because that's where they have their best deals. And there's never anything wrong with the airplane. It's box damage almost every time is all that's wrong. You know, there's nothing wrong with the airplane or the car. You know, I bought several RC cars from their scratch and dent. So I almost bought another one the other day. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing it. It's a great deal, and I'd like to have it, but damn it, I got at least 30 new RC cars and I'm not running any of them. Like, I don't need another one. Screw it. I'm not doing it. I just can't buy more, you know, shelf queens. I got to quit doing it. And that's all. This would have been another, you know, shelf queen. Oops. Oh, wow. 81, huh? All right, let's switch to 96 so we get them all. All right, where's my slider? There it is. Wow. I already have one of those. Yeah, the 1.2 Corsair is on sale for $219. That's a pretty good deal. I already have two of them, but the old scheme with the green stripes on it, which I like better anyway. I have two of those, so buying it again in all blue, I almost pulled the trigger on it. You know, if it was another 20 bucks off, I'd probably, if it was $199, I bet I would have bought it. Mm-hmm. They had the decathlon on sale for $179. I don't remember what I paid for mine. I know it was less than that. Um, but man, it's a beautiful airplane. God, I can't wait to fly it because it is so pretty. The colors on it are really, just really nice. Wow. It's not that big of a sale, but man, the Hanger 9 90-inch Cub, 379 for a balsa 90-inch size carbon Cub, 379. Christ, that man, if you want a big airplane, God, that's a screaming good deal. Jesus. Oh, they got the RV7s on sale. Yeah, the Cherokee's on sale too. See, now, I don't know, just me. I'm looking at these two airplanes, and I have the Cherokee, but I have the red one, not the blue one, the older version. This is the new version. It's only $10 more than the RV7, and it's a 1.3 millimeter, and the RV7 is a 1.1 millimeter. Um, I think I'd even right now, looking at these two, I think I'd still buy the Cherokee over the RV7. All right, what's the difference? I'm missing something here. Oh, that's a plug and play. Oh. That's why. Okay. Yeah, the bind and fly is way more money. Yeah, I wouldn't spend $300 for that. No way. Oh, wow. Look at that. They have a Team Associated original RC10, the classic J. Halsey edition. I still have mine's sitting on the thing right there on the shelf. My J. Halsey edition from back in the 80s. Yeah, it's that old. Um, they've got that on sale. $319. Wow. So back in the day, that had a retail price of $289, and I if I wanted to sell one, I had to sell it for like $169. That's, and I didn't have that kind of markup in it. I didn't have any markup in it. But that's the only way I could sell one. Because everybody bring their Tower Hobbies catalog in and say, "Can you beat this price?" Nope, I can't even buy it for that price. So now I can't beat that price. But yeah, I still have one brand new in the box too. Not the aluminum chassis one. I got the I think it has the graphite chassis. It's still the original old RC10, the J. Halsey edition, but it was the graphite chassis version, not the aluminum tub. The aluminum tub one's the one I have over here. The one that's still in the box is the graphite chassis one. So yeah, I'm looking at, David, you're not going to get me to spend any money. I really don't see anything in here that's knocking my socks off. Well, that's a pretty good deal. The ARF Plus version of the Viper 90 is on sale for $339. That's over $100 off, and it's almost $300 off the plug-and-play version. You can easily put a motor, an ESC, a motor and fan unit in that plane for way under $300. So that's a good deal. If you were looking for a Viper 90, that deal right there at $339 is pretty damn good. That's about the best deal I've seen on here, honestly. Okay, here's one for you guys. If any of you want an SR-71, the E-Flite SR-71 as a display model, you can buy it for $24.99. It's not going to have the vertical rudders, but you could cut them out of a piece of foam board and paint them black, and it'd be good as gold. You know, for 25 bucks, if you just want a display piece, that'd be a pretty good deal. You know, I paid 100. I think I paid 119 bucks with shipping for mine. It's a flyable one, but I think it was, shit, it was over, wasn't it over 200 bucks? You know, so I got it really cheap, and I have no intentions of flying it. Yeah, that and the Decathlon are the best deals I'm looking at, honestly. I don't see anything in there really blowing up my skirt, really. That Carbon Cub's a great deal. Jesus, at $379. That's more than 100 bucks off. The what was the other one? The what was it? What was it? There was something else that was 100 bucks off. Over 100 bucks off. That was a good deal too. Oh, the Viper 90. Not the ARF Plus. That's over $100 off, which makes it $300 cheaper than the plug and play version. That's a really good deal. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything here. I'm not going to pull the trigger on nothing. There are some good deals in here, no doubt. So this orange Jeep, the what do they call this thing? The SCX-10. It's a 10th scale rock crawler Jeep in orange. Was $499. It was 500 bucks. And it's on sale for $369. Which if I hadn't already bought it and got the deal I got, I'd be buying it for that price, $369, because I really wanted that thing in a bad way. I found one on eBay as an auction, and the guy had put a brand new, I got the entire thing the way it came, plus an upgraded motor, upgraded ESC, 2 upgraded steering servos, 2 extra sets of tires, 2 extra sets of wheels. The radio, he upgraded the radio to the 5-channel digital radio with the screen and everything. It was a surface radio. Came with a new radio. Came with extra batteries. I mean, I got all of this stuff. He claimed it was over $1,200 worth of stuff, and I won the bid at $500. So I got the Jeep I wanted and all the extras, all these extra parts for 500 bucks. So if I hadn't gotten that deal, I'd be pulling the trigger on that at $369. But I already got one, so I'm not going to do that. If this 1-meter Mustang, the $200 Mustang, had retracts, it's a 1.0. If that had retracts, I'd buy it. I don't care. It doesn't have lights. I don't care. If it just had retracts, I'd pull the trigger on that. At $199, I would pull the trigger. It's on sale for $139. But if it had retracts, that plane would be something I'd want. I don't want it the way it is. So, yeah, that's about it. I wish I remembered what I paid for my Decathlon. I know it was cheaper than $179, but I don't think it was that much cheaper. Maybe $169 or $159. I forget how much they had off on that. But Oh, I take it back. I think I did pay $179 for the bind and fly version. This is the plug and play. Is $179, and that's what I paid for the bind. It was $100 off. That's what it was. It was $100 off. That's why I bought it. So normally I think it was $279, and I got it for $179, which is cheaper than the plug and play version at $239. So I got it I got the bind and fly version for cheaper than the plug and play version. Now they have the plug and play version on sale for I think the same price I paid for the bind and fly version. So yeah, that's about it. There's nothing blowing my skirt up here, guys. There's some good deals, but nothing earth shattering. Like I said, the big deal for me here, the Viper 90 at $300 as a plus is a great deal. I can't remember if that I can't remember if that comes with the receiver or not. I'm gonna look. I want to say it does. Nope, you need to put a receiver in it. Okay, so it doesn't come with the receiver. It doesn't come with the 90mm fan unit, the motor, or the ESC. And and it's $300 cheaper. So it's not going to cost you $300 to put a receiver, a motor, and a ESC in it. So if you wanted a Viper 90, this would be a pretty good way to get it. I like that jet. It's a good jet. It get great flight times. It's a very efficient motor combo. You know, I'm getting 9 minutes out of that one easy, without trying to stretch it. Just flying it, I get 9 minutes on that. And my last video I did of that plane, I was only about a 6-minute video because I don't think you guys want to watch it for 9 minutes. I just decided, I'm going to do a kind of a sprightly flight for shorter time to see if you guys enjoy that more, because I think when I'm flying for 12 minutes, I think you guys get bored. So I decided I'm going to start shortening my flights to see if you guys will watch them more, because I think you're getting bored watching me fly for 12 minutes. So yeah, our field's pretty good, Roy. I really haven't had. I had a slight issue with my field last year because Bo didn't seed it or water it, and we had kind of a dry season, so it was getting pretty sandy and just little tumps of grass here and there, which is very hard on the airplane because you'd be rolling along in the sand, which is fine, and then you hit a clump of grass, and it would impact the gear pretty hard. But right now our field's beautiful. The grass is great, and I have no problem with even my little 64mm jet with the tiny little wheels on it flies off our grass just fine. It's not a problem. So and of course anything else, anything bigger tire or whatever is absolutely not a problem. I wasn't watching the chat. Which plane were you talking about, that's, David, that you said flies great? Which plane were you talking about? Yeah, yeah, Roy. They need to make a bigger version of that. The exact same scheme and the same way. Wrap it. I am so impressed with that airplane. The quality of the foam, all the plastic pieces, the wrap on it. This is not a normal. I don't know who built this airplane for E-Flight for them, but this is not a normal E-Flight plane. This thing is way nicer than their standard stuff. I don't know who built this thing for them, but man, what a great job. Yeah, just a really good quality airplane. Very, very impressed with that airplane. The foam, the detail, the assembly, the plastic pieces aren't cheap. It's rugged, and that wrap on the foam is just freaking awesome. The decathlon, yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to flying it tomorrow. I think it's gonna be fun to fly. What battery you fly yours with? Good night, Phil. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Hey, before you leave, do you ever make it to the United States? You come down here for any reason? Uh, 3200 4S. No, I just happen to have a 3200 3S right here. One of those genius smart packs from from Spectrum. Yeah. All right, that's cool. Good to know. I've got. I'll figure out what I'm going to fly it with. That's a pretty good sized battery for that size airplane. 4S 3200. Wow, I'm surprised. I think I fly my. Well, I don't normally. It's usually a 6S, but my Draco. But I have flown it with the 3200 4S. It just seems like a big battery for that little decathlon. Wow. Good to know it'll fly that, though. That's good to know. I'm not going to be afraid to put a big battery in it then. Hell, I'll be up all week. Christ, a 3200 in that plane? I could keep that in the air for 20 minutes. Easy. Wow. Yeah, I missed it. Did you answer my question about your F7F Tiger Cat? Did you put gloss finish on that or a matte finish? I put a gloss on mine, and I really love it. It looks good. But I don't remember what you said you did. Yeah, yeah, mine does too. I'm really. I didn't gloss my first one. I didn't paint I didn't clear coat the first one. I just left it, and I loved it that way. I didn't. But after clear coating it, boy, I'm like, wow. All right, David. Thank you, man. You and Crystal, guys, have a great night. We'll talk to you later. So yeah, I was really, really, really happy after glossing, and then a couple of guys came over and asked me to fly it. And I said, why? And they said, well, there's one up at the hobby shop that's going out of business. And there were, it was Bo and Jimmy, the guy that does Jimmy World's vinyl wrap stuff. The two of them come over and ask me to fly it. And I asked both of them, you guys want to fly it? And they said, no, neither one of them wanted to fly. I said, guys, it flies fantastic. You'll love it. Just, come here and fly it. And neither one wanted to fly it. And then neither one of them ended up going over there and buying the damn thing anyway. Which really surprised me. Because they were so impressed with the plane, the landing gear, how well it flew and everything. How long I could fly it. They were just impressed with all of it. And then neither one of them went and bought the damn thing. And I'm like, I thought you two were going to have a fist fight over it. And it ended up neither one of them bought it. So, I don't know. That's the first time somebody's asked me to fly an airplane. I take that back. It's the second time. The first time was Larry, who flies out at our field sometimes. But he flies those ultralight wings. Not the paramotor parachutes, the flying wing, the triangular shaped wing, the Rovos they're called. Apparently he's the designer of these and he sells them out at the airport. So he comes over one day and he says, what do you think of the Draco? And I said, I love it, it's a nice airplane. And he says, I'm thinking of buying one. And I said, you want to fly it? Could I? I said, sure. So, I put it in the air for him and gave it to him. I said, here, fly it. And he's flying it around. And, I just told him, I says, land it. It's not hard to land, but keep the power on. Don't dead stick it in because the brake's on and it's going to do something you're not expecting. So just leave the power on and land it. And he did, and it landed fine, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to buy one. So he did. And he came out to the field one day with it. He didn't bring a charger, but he had 2 battery packs. So I charged a pack. He was getting 8-minute flights. And on a 4,000, I think it was. No, it was a 3300. 3300 6S. He got 8 minutes. And by the time he flew that pack, the other one was charged. So we just swapped packs. I took the one he took out of the plane. I put it on charger. He flew that one. And by the time he got done landing, this one was charged. And we were just swapping batteries. And he flew all day long, almost nonstop, on 2 battery packs that we just kept, swapping. And, yeah, so we it's a good airplane. I like it. They really screwed everybody up by putting the brake on and then telling you, oh, you can put a 7,000 in it and all that. Because people take that literally. So they go out there and they try to fly it like they're flying their, Bigfoot or their timber, and the brakes set to stop the prop so it doesn't windmill, so it's not gonna slow down like they think it's going to, and then they put a 7,000 pack in it, so it's not gonna glide like they think it's gonna, and then they crash it, and then it's got weak landing gear. The landing gear's no good on it. I got over 300 landings on mine, and I've never hurt the landing gear. I never finished putting that reinforcement kit in from what's it, Brendan. Yeah, I put one side on, I never did the other side. I think it's in the drawer of the desk right there. Yeah, I never put the other one on. I only did one side, didn't do the other. Never got around to it. Doesn't need it. It's not a gotta have. It's a little insurance. If you're a questionable lander, I would put it on. Why not? It's cheap enough, and it really does stiffen it up. So, but I've never had a problem with the landing gear on that plane. I got over 400 landings on it now. At the time I did the video, I had 300 landings on it with no problems, and it was, everybody's complaining the landing gear's no good. Maybe you're not landing as butter smooth as you think you are. It's amazing how many people think what they think is a good landing. I get people contacting me all the time because I'll do a video, like for instance my LX P40 model. Now it's got very delicate landing gear in it. It's all angle iron, aluminum angle, but it's very thin, very small angle, right? And they built this whole contraption thing for the retracts, and then they glued it to the paint on the foam. Okay? So we're talking about not the strongest landing gear in the world, being all this aluminum, extruded, and then they don't even screw it to the airplane. It's only glued to the paint. They didn't take the paint off either. They just glued it to the paint. I've been flying that plane for probably 10 years now, and I've never had a problem with the landing gear. And I get people all the time contact me, oh, I have these butter smooth landings and the landing gear is ripped out of the airplane. Well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't think your butter smooth landings are as butter smooth as you think they are, because my gear's still original, glued into the paint, and I haven't had one issue with the landing gear on my airplane. So, and I'm landing on a grass field most of the time. So I don't know what you're doing wrong, but it's not the landing gear. At least it hasn't been for me. But yeah, I get a lot of that. When you have a YouTube channel and you put up stuff that people disagree with, they love to call you out on it. And so I get these kind of comments all the time. When I did the conversion prop on the last one I got was how did I put the prop on the I took the Super Tucano prop from the Hobby King plane and put it on my balsa Black Horse balsa Super Tucano. And a guy asked, contact me, how did you do it? How did you put that prop on? I said, well, the prop wasn't the problem. That was easy. It's mounting the cone of the spinner so it doesn't explode was the trick. And I said, you have to space it with washers or make yourself a little aluminum, spacer to put in there so you tighten the screw up against the hub, not against the backing plate, because it's going to try to compress the spinner, and if you over tighten it, it'll pop the center of the spinner right out. Ask me how I know. So yeah, so he wanted to know how to do that. Yeah, people be crazies for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I same thing, Roy. I love my Draco. People just don't know how to land airplanes. They think dead sticking it in is the way to do it, and that's not the way you land an airplane. But that's what they do. And then it literally falls out of the sky on the ground and destroys landing gear. And then it's the airplane's fault. The airplane's bad, or it's got bad landing gear. Yeah, my Draco's lame. Well, the wings are right there on the couch. The fuselage is buried over there, but the wings are right there on the couch. I got airplane parts everywhere. I'm pretty out of room right now with everything that's in here. So I've got 2 desks in here, 3 folding tables, no, two folding tables, the couch, and a fireplace, and then of course the whole wall unit behind me, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 airplanes, all on boxed airplanes, pedestals. So that's 32 airplanes, the ones in the boxes plus the ones sitting on top of the boxes in here. Three 3D printers, my big train set, and the giant. Oh, it's 17. The giant. What is it? The OV10 Bronco, the big wooden one from Horizon. All in this room right now, which I don't have room for all this. So, thank you, Juno. You leaving? You out of here? Okay. All right, Juno. We'll see you later, man. Have a good night. Yeah. So, yeah, I've had the argument about landing gear and landings with so many different flyers that just don't get it. The other big one is that people want to keep putting safe receivers in planes with gyros in them, whether it be an Aura or like the gyro that comes in the J65. They want to leave the gyro in there and put a gyro receiver in the plane. You can't do that. It's not going to work, and they just don't get it. You know, so I have that argument with them all the time either, because they don't understand. Well, it's just a receiver. I need the safe, but well, then take the gyro out of the plane. Well, I wanted it. You can't have them both. You can't have both. One or the other. You can't have both. The gyros are fighting each other. Okay, they're fine if you're only making small. You know, you'll get away with it for a while making small little inputs, because the gyro doesn't get that out of sync with each other but if you have to do a violent, you know, if you do a roll, you're going to lose it, because it's not going to know what the hell to do. If you crank it that far over, the other gyro is going to try to crank it back the other way, and it's going to get into a wing over both directions till it screws itself in the ground. You know, as long as you're just smooth and delicate, because the gyro trying to reverse what you're doing isn't going to be that strong of an influence. So the plane's not going to fly, and then it's not going to fly good, but it'll fly. And then everybody says, oh, yeah, it doesn't fly very good. Yeah, well, that's because you put two gyros in it. It's not going to work. Yeah. So one of the guys I fly with, I try to tell him that. He absolutely says I'm wrong. I said, okay. Keeps crashing the same airplane over and over again. You know, you can't understand why, but I'm wrong. Okay. You know, it's that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. You know, I can try to teach these guys why airplanes fly and how to do it, but I can't make them listen. So, you have no TV there. What? Because you can't afford a television, or they just don't send the signal far enough for you to reach it? All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it, because I haven't done anything since I got home, so the trailer is still hooked to the truck. And there's nothing loaded in the truck to go flying with. And there's airplanes in the trailer I got to take out to put airplanes in. So I've got some work to do tonight to go flying tomorrow. And I need to get busy at it. So I'm going to cut this off. Appreciate you guys coming. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hopefully I'm going to have some good input for you next week on my car lift. I hope that goes well and I get that up and running by next weekend. And I'll either do some live coverage from over there. I've been trying to figure out how to do the camera live in that part of the shop. I could do the show from my phone, but the Well, I got a new phone. I wonder if this camera's better. Huh. I didn't think about that. Might be able to walk around the place live if I stream the show from my phone. I could do it. I could stream it twice, actually. I could stream it regular and on the phone at the same time, and you'd have to swap back and forth from the two different live streams. And I could actually walk around here with the camera and show you everything. I don't know. We might just try that next week, just for shits and giggles. So keep that in mind. We might do that. Let's see. I got to go out. We're going out to dinner Saturday night. I wonder how late we're going to be. Oh yeah, we're going to be late because we're not even going to go till 7. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to play it by ear. I might be late next Saturday. Because we're meeting some people, and I have no idea how that's going to go. We might be there a couple hours, bullshit, and I have no idea. So, yeah. You've been watching for a live? What do you mean? You mean me walking around the shop live, or going on the flying field live, or what do you mean, Roy? Tell me what you want. I'll make it happen. Just tell me what. Some way or another, I'll make it happen. Tell me what you want to see. Oh, you want to see Flying Field live? Okay, I might do it tomorrow then. There's a birthday party going on tomorrow, so we might have a decent turnout of guys flying. So I could do that. You going to be available all day tomorrow, or what time tomorrow? What time tomorrow should I stream? Let's put it that way. What time do you want to watch? And that's when I'll make it happen. I want to get there around 10. I guess Al will be there. Christ, he might be there already. Al likes to get there really early, like 5 or 6 in the morning early. You know, and he's got a big ass trailer, giant. It's like 30-foot long trailer, full of airplanes, and 2 gigantic Great Danes. So he turns the dogs loose, and they go running all around, jump in the water and everything, and he gets his whole setup over there. He puts up a canopy and a rug down, and then he gets his tables out, gets his chargers running, and brings a few airplanes out. And this is all before the dew even thinks about coming off the grass. You know, it's soaking wet out there. And then by 7, I'd say 7:30, he's got a plane in the air. And then he's usually done by noon. You know, he packs up everything by... So he's leaving. He's in Tampa. He leaves his house. He's got to be leaving his house at like 4 a.m. To get there by 5:30, what he does and all that. And he leaves by noon. Okay, well, is 9 a.m. good for you? You want me to stream at noon or later than noon, or noon? We're, you know, since we're having a birthday party, I think at noon we're going to be eating, so there might not be a lot of flying action going on right at noon. So I could do it, you know, after the, you know, if you don't want to get up earlier. I could do earlier, but that means you have to get up early. I don't know if you're an early riser. I love to sleep in personally. You know, I've gotten up plenty of times for jobs to go to work early, but my choice is when I worked at Disney and went in at 2 and worked till 10. You know, that was my, you know. You're up by 8 yourself. Okay, so if I was shooting video at 11, you'd be up to watch it. Or would you rather I do it at 1? So 1 o'clock would be 10 o'clock for you. Oh, God. Oh, hey, what was that when you showed that you sent me a picture of your work truck? Was that what was on the flatbed behind you? Um, an excavator? I got. Well, did you send me one tonight? I got the one of your work truck. You sent me. Hey, this is my work truck. I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's a truck. Holy shit. Um, yeah. I've got the. You sent me a message tonight, but not a picture. But the picture of your truck. Yeah, I was wondering what you had on the a curb machine. So what does that do? Is that take concrete and while you're rolling it along, it forms a curb out of concrete? Like a seamless gutter? An upside down seamless gutter. Uh, do you work for the city or the county? I mean, or are you guys doing like subdivision work? You know, what do you do mostly? I mean, so is it dredging dirt or something, or is it forming concrete as it rolls along, or is it blacktop rolling along? What exactly is it doing? Ugh. Yeah, but are you doing county streets or are you doing like subdivision? You know, when they put a new subdivision in, what do you guys normally do? Are you doing county work? You know, redoing roads, repairing roads, or are you doing new construction inside subdivisions, or both? Ugh. Oh, cool. So yeah, so it's basically a seamless gutter upside down made out of concrete. Pretty neat. I have not seen that machine yet. I've seen a lot of the road machines that they do all the work with. Boy, they've come a long way with these machines. God, they do such a better job now than they used to. Um, yeah, I have not watched that yet. I haven't seen a curb machine work. I'll have to go watch that next time they're running concrete in one of these new subdivisions they're putting up. Um, I'm gonna have to go take a break and look at that. I'd like to see how that works. Well, that's cool. Very nice. So I guess you stay busy. I don't. It's really not seasonal, is it? You work year round, and it's. Well, I don't know. Do you work through the winter when it snows and shit? Cause you're up there where the snow is. A Gomako. Let me go look at a Gomako. I'm looking at one right now. Roy, it looks. I think this one's radio controlled. It looks like a three-legged beast, kind of, and it definitely looks like it's building a curb out of concrete. But there ain't nobody on it. It's got big antennas on it. I think it's radio controlled. What's the actual title of the machine? The Gomaco's the company. What do they call that particular machine? The Commander. All right. Let me see what the Commander looks like. Does your machine look like a three-legged thing? Is that what you run? The one I'm looking at here is making a really giant curb. You know, like. Yeah, that's what this one is. This Commander 3. What, yours is just a standard Commander, not a Commander 3? Wow, this is bringing up so many different model looking. They can't all be curb machines. There's a Commander 2. I can't find a Commander. Wow, there are so many different versions of these things. Holy shit. Wow. All right, so how does yours work? Do they drop a load of concrete in front of you and you scoop it up and form it? Or is there a hopper on your unit that they fill up and it comes out of the hopper? How long you been doing this work? Okay, so you're what is the truck like running right next to you and dumping the concrete right onto your conveyor? 26 years at this. Wow. God, they must be. I bet they're paying you well for you to stick it out for 26 years, man. You must be making some good money. Oh wow, $82 an hour. That's nice work. Wow. But that's not the normal, huh? Man, it's down to 75 degrees out here already. Man. Yeah, that's damn good money uh, in my life. The most I ever made was about 33 an hour when I worked for Allstate. I only made a little over $15 an hour driving the bus. If I go back to work for Disney, which is the highest paid job I could usually probably get around here, I think they'd start me back at 27 an hour. Yeah, it's just I just well, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't want to work anymore. I'm 65, and I just don't fucking want to work anymore. Um, I might have to. I might go back to work for Disney. I really don't see any. Well, I'll be honest with you. With the lift now, I'm going to try to just do automotive work here for word of mouth. People that I go to church with, and I'm just going to do AC work. You know, um, oil changes, whatever. I've got tire machines. I can mount tires. I mean, I got everything I need to open my own shop now that I have a lift. So, yeah, I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna try that for a little while. And then because I just called an attorney about getting disability, and they got my basic information and said I'm a prime candidate to get disability. So if I start getting disability checks until I retire, officially retire, start collecting my Social Security, I can sublet that money with doing some mechanicking work, and I should be able to get by. Yeah, yeah, me too, Roy. How old are you now? So you're 60. So your mandatory retirement is what? 67? You have to work to 67 or 70? Yeah, I got two cars out here already that have been waiting for me to get my lift so I could fix them. So I know I can get the one done next week, get it out of here. And then the second one, I don't know how long it's going to take me. He's got me doing a lot of different. I got to put new carpeting in it for him, and I got to replace the motor mount, or not the motor mount, but the motor uh, accessory mount. He broke it, so I got to replace that and remount the air conditioning, correctly this time. Replace the hose on the air conditioning. Recharge the air conditioning. Put a new belt on it. New belt tensioner on it. So I got a lot of work to do this other car. So I probably won't finish it next week, but probably by the week after I'll have it finished. Get those two out of here, and then I can work on my own stuff. The minimum, or that's your full retirement age. That's probably your full retirement age. You can probably retire at 62, but you're not gonna get full retirement at 62. You get retirement, but they're gonna discount it. Although your minimum might be 65, at minimum. Mine's 62, but yours might be 65. My maximum is, or my full retirement age is 67. I can go to 70, which is everybody's maximum. You can't go past 70. And that's when you've made as much as you're ever going to make. You're not going to get any more than that. I don't know if I'm going to go to 70 or not. It depends. It depends how long they let me collect disability. If they make me get off of disability at 67 to get my full retirement, I'd rather stay on disability till 70. I don't know if they'll let me do that. We'll see. So there's a lot of things to consider too. The whole Medicare thing. Right, I understand. I wanted it all too, and but these accidents kind of put me out of commission. I know I could go back driving a bus. It wouldn't be great for Disney. I can't drive the bus I drove here. I don't get a break. See, at Disney, I'm only on the bus for 3 hours, and they break me off the bus for 30 minutes to an hour, and then I might sit in the break room for another hour before they can get me back on a bus, because they've got so many drivers that they always have to carry a lot of extra drivers in case somebody gets sick, has to go home. We can't have a bus down. They got to be running. So they always have more employees than they need. So, and they're overlapping. So a lot of times, I'll get done with my break and I'll sit in the break room for another hour before they get me on a bus, because they haven't got anybody they need to take off a bus. Everybody's either done their break already, or, and then once somebody, it's their quitting time and they can get them off the bus, then I might get back on the bus. So that I get paid. It doesn't matter if I'm driving the bus or sitting in the break room. I still get paid the same amount. But, yeah, when I was working the bus here locally, I was on the bus for 10 hours straight, and there's no break. And that sucked. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. My full, I could have retired at 62. I didn't. I can retire any year I want here, but again, until I hit 67, I'm going to pay a penalty. I'm not going to get my full retirement unless I wait till 67, and then I can go 3 more years to 70 for my maximum, because they'll pay me an extra amount for every year I go after 67, all the way up to 70, and then that's it. You're done. So I guess the disability will get me over the hump to 67, where I get my full retirement. So I don't know. The rules keep changing. Trump's changing stuff. By the time I get 67, Trump will be out of office, or close to out of office. By the time I'm 70, he'll be out of office, and then who knows? Maybe I'll have to pay double for Social Security. I don't know. The other thing too, right now I'm on my health insurance is the Affordable Health Care Act, and I don't know how long they're going to let me stay on that, or they're going to make me get off of it to get on Medicare. And that's the other problem. If you don't take your Medicare at 67, or no, at 65, I guess I'm supposed to take Medicare. If I don't take it at 65, every year I go without paying into Medicare, I pay a penalty. Unless I'm working someplace that has, health insurance. If I'm working someplace that has health insurance, then I don't pay the penalty. But if I'm not, and I don't sign up for Medicare, I have to pay a penalty for every month I'm not on Medicare after 65. And apparently I'm already too late. I'm going to pay a penalty already, because I guess it takes 3 months to get it into the system. And, October's my birthday, so I'm already 2 months past due for signing up. And, yeah, I agree. The Medicare penalty is stupid. So, yeah, that's why I took the bus job locally here, the first one, because they had a pension plan. And I wanted the pension. But I got let go from that job. And so I took another local bus job, and I quit that one after a year because they make all these rules. See, when you're a CDL driver for the state, driving a state bus, they dictate what you do, the rules. And I technically work for the Department of Transportation, not for the bus company. I have to follow their rules. If I don't follow their rules, I get penalized or I lose my license from the Department of Transportation, not from the bus company. So the bus company won't make the other drivers enforce the rules that the Department of Transportation lays down. So I get people on my bus all the time, well, the other driver doesn't make me do that. Well, then go ride his bus. If you're going to ride my bus, you have to follow the rules, okay? And these are the rules. I don't make up the rules. The Department of Transportation makes up the rules. If the other driver isn't making you follow the rules, he doesn't want his job very well. But I want my job, so you're going to follow the rules or get on his bus. That's it. It's not a discussion here. But they wouldn't make anybody, the other driver. So every day I'm arguing with, well, the other driver doesn't make me do that. And one day I had 3 in a row, and that was just too much. I quit. I turned in the bus and told them I was done. I'm just not getting yelled at anymore. I'm tired of it. They don't pay me near enough money to get yelled at by everybody that gets on my fucking bus. That only has to pay $0.25 to ride it, and that's too much. It's too much money, and the rules are too strict. So, don't have that problem at Disney. Totally different situation. Of course, it's union if you want to be union, but the rules are all the same whether you're union or not. The base pay's the same, the extra pay's the same, everything's the same, whether you're union or non-union. You have the option to be union or non-union, but everybody gets the same whether you're union or not. You're only on the bus for 3 hours, and they break you off the bus, so you get breaks. You never leave Disney property, so Disney makes their own rules, which there pretty much aren't any. So I'm technically not really working for the Department of Transportation at Disney, because Disney has their own streets, their own property. They never leave the property, so they dictate what we do on the bus. And pretty much, I don't remember us having any rules about what they could carry on the bus, what they could. Of course, nobody's trying to get on my bus with a 2x6, 12-foot long at Disney. But it happens here. The guy comes out of Lowe's and carrying this big-ass piece of lumber, and he wants to get on my bus. No. Why not? Because I don't have a cargo compartment. This is a passenger compartment. You can't put cargo in with passengers. Yeah, so you can't bring your 2x6x12 on the bus. I'm sorry. You'll have to call an Uber. Rent their truck for $75. whatever. But no, you can't bring the lumber on the bus. 2-bag minimum. Or, I'm sorry, 2-bag maximum. 2 shopping bags. The little, of course they fudge it and use the reusable bags because they're bigger. But 2-bag maximum. People try to get on the bus with 5, 6, 7 bags. And they want to put them in the seat next to you. No, you have to have it in your lap. To use the seat next to you, you got to pay for another seat. Okay? That's for another passenger. You don't get to use that seat. You have to carry it in. You have to hold it in your hands, in your arms, on your lap. They don't understand. They want to throw it on the floor or under the seat or on the seat and just let it lay there. So that when the bus gets in an accident, all that shit becomes a projectile flying through the bus. And they don't understand that, and that's why we have these rules. But they don't want to follow the rules. Yeah, that's why if I definitely go back to driving a bus, I'm going back to Disney. It's a hell of a lot easier to do. The pay's better, the benefits are way better, and the job's way more fun, So, yeah, it's 2 hours. It's 100 miles to go to Disney for me. 97 to be exact. 97 miles to drive to Disney each way. So it's almost 2 hours, So you drive 2 hours to get to work, you drive 8 hours at work, and then you drive 2 hours home from work. It's a 12-hour day of driving. Yeah, it was tough coming home. Going there and driving all day was no problem, but coming home was a problem. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to going back to Disney because of the commute. But I might have an option. There's a piece of property I'm looking at that's over that way. It's really close to the flying field and way closer to Disney than here. And if I buy that property, I could spend the night there, on the days I work in a row, and then my days off I could go home to here and then go back to work and then stay at the other property. So that might be an option. I probably just throw a camping trailer on the property. Self-contained camper, pretty good size one. And that's how I stay there during the week or weekend. I'll be working weekends. When you start off at Disney, you don't get weekdays, you get weekends. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is a absolute. Everybody works that. Whether I get Monday off or not, Tuesday. I think I had Monday and Tuesday off when I worked at Disney. So I worked then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, that wasn't too bad. And of course, every 6 months I get to bid a different position. So I could go to studios, I could go to Epcot, Animal Kingdom, or Magic Kingdom. Magic Kingdom's the worst, especially the night shift, because you work till 4 a.m. The park closes at 3 a.m., and we have to run the buses for an hour after the park closes to make sure we get everybody back to their hotel. So, and I used to get that when I got put on. Well, you bid for your position, and when I went part-time, I was full-time. I went back to part-time, which sucked because it's all Magic Kingdom late night. And then when my first bid back, I couldn't get anything but Magic Kingdom. And then, but after that, my next bid, I got back on Studios, which is much better because Studios, I think we only work till midnight. I think Studio closes at 11 in the summer and earlier in the winter. Same with Epcot. I think Epcot closes at 9. So I get off at 10, be home by midnight, and that's perfect. But getting off at 4 and not getting home till 6 a.m. Oh my God, I had trouble with that. Oh my God, I had trouble with that. So, Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I got to fill out my paperwork on this disability and see where that goes. Once I have that, I'll decide whether I'm going back to work or not. So, all right, I'm out. Thanks for staying with me, guys. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. And I'll go live tomorrow. Probably it'll be 10 o'clock your time. I'm gonna wait till after lunch. Unless we have a late lunch, and then I'll just have to do it during lunch. But I'm gonna try to let lunch go by at noon. So I'll do a live stream from 1 for a half hour. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll do it that way. That way it'll be at 10 o'clock your time and 1 o'clock my time, and we'll see what's flying. We'll see what happens. All right, so we'll catch you tomorrow. All right, guys, have a great night, and thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like on the way out, and have a good night.